Everyone, we are calling this meeting to order. 1.02, we have our committed VCCCD Board of Trustees ground rules and our 2022 board vision, just something that we have as reference as we continue to move forward with our meeting. 1.03, Chancellor's recommendation of the agenda. Okay. 1.04, changes to the agenda and consent items to be pulled. There is a change noted on the agenda. We are moving 16.07, which is the action to approve tenure recommendation for the listed faculty at Moore Park, Oxford, and Ventura Colleges, effective for 2025-2026. And we're moving that at 4.04 right before, and that's just only to be able to give them the opportunity to celebrate at the beginning of the meeting with their loved ones who are here present, and they don't have to wait till the very end when 16.07 would come in the agenda as it's listed. Are there any consent items to be pulled from the trustees here that you'd like us to talk more in detail during our meeting?
I'm having some technical difficulties, so if it's okay, may have one pull, but I don't think so. I'm having some
Technical difficulties? Okay. Trustee Mantooth?
at this time.
Okay. And so just to be noted, since we have some of our trustees that are experiencing technical difficulties, we are going to go ahead and just during the open session, be able to open any consent, pull any consent items. Trustee Lichtel, anything that you wanted to?
No items.
Okay. Okay. So any public comments for closed session? No public comments? Okay. So with this, we are now moving on to closed session. We will return at 6:30 p.m. Good evening, everyone. We are calling this meeting to order. There's so many people here. Thank you for joining us this evening. I know it's a special night for many of you. I am going to ask Trustee Mantu to please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
3.02, there is nothing to report on closed session tonight. And with this, we move on to 3.03, which is public comments. And the first public comment is by Mackenzie Tabora, followed by Julius, and I apologize for the mispronunciation, Munyatawi. Munyatwa, okay, thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Mackenzie Tabora, and I am a full-time first-generation student athlete at Moore Park College who appreciates staying engaged with the service of my community. Being in this setting of people who want students like me to succeed is very important to me, and I appreciate the work of anyone who is keeping in mind that students come first. Today, I would like to use the power of my voice as a student, and in particular, a student of Latin American and Native American descent. I'd like to express my thoughts and feelings based upon comments from the last board meeting on January 21st, 2025. First, I'd like to use my voice regarding the commentary surrounding Moore Park College's website respect to ethnic studies being politically charged and comments about adopting a neutral policy in opposition to ethnic studies. With my current enrollment in ethnic studies and earning an A in the course History and of Race and Ethnicity in America and my own multicultural identity, this sparked a very concerning motion with my thoughts and feelings. My feelings brought me to listing the snowballing effects of a neutral policy in the home of an ethnic studies classroom, being the erasure of lived experiences, false equivalency of oppression and privilege, the avoidance of hard truths, undermining cultural identity, and most importantly, silencing marginalized voices. Specifically, a neutral policy promotes the erasure of my identity and, more importantly, millions of others. Ethnic Studies is a course that highlights the experiences of each ethnic group for any individual enrolled in an ethnic studies class and encourages them to step into the world with a greater understanding of those around them or their own cultural identity and, most importantly, to coexist. To my benefit, this class has also taught me my culture is beautiful and yours is too. Throughout the development of ethnic studies, people often argue that this course is anti-American or anti-white, and in my firsthand experience, those assumptions have nothing to do with ethnic studies. This course adds to the understanding of U.S. history by including perspectives that have been historically marginalized, and it enriches American history by adding a perspective of contribution and struggles of diverse communities, along with debunking the master narrative that in which America was founded by white people and only for white people. I also understand that some people do not agree with AB 1460 or AB 101, which creates that misunderstanding of deep and broad and historical issues. So to promote a neutral tone in the environment of education, which is meant to progress, will only set us back many years of deserved hard work. And all in all, silences voices of marginalized groups within African Americans, Chicanx, Latinx Americans, Asian Americans, and Native Americans. Additionally, I'd like to bring up commentary around the course, Introduction to the Politics of Race and Gender, which also reflects my student identity. It was stated that this course is not inclusive when, more often than not, students only learn about white male figures in various disciplines such as political science. I haven't had the opportunity to take a course like this that focuses on the power and success of women in a specific discipline for my major's coursework, so hearing this makes me feel that the representation of all women is not equally backed up in all
Mackenzie,
rooms of officials
your
with
time is
power.
up.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And so, thank you, Julius. And after Julius, we're going to have Pardees Fasihi.
Good evening. My name is Julius Munyantwali, and I'm currently serving as the Department Chair of the General Counseling Department at Oxnard College. My colleagues and I are here today to advocate for a practical and necessary solution, integrating remote work into our counseling services. We understand that this has been a point of debate, sometimes leading to tension between our district and counseling faculty. However, we want to emphasize that both sides share the same ultimate goal, providing the best possible support for our students. Where we differ is how we approach the goal, especially when it comes to virtual counseling. Since the pandemic, virtual services have become the norm across higher education, offering students the flexibility and accessibility they need. Many departments have successfully adapted to this shift, and virtual counseling has grown in popularity amongst our students as well. That being said, in-person counseling remains an essential option for those who prefer face-to-face interactions. The challenge we currently face is balancing both effectively, given our limited physical space. Right now at Oxnard College, our department has only 9 offices, meaning only 9 counselors can meet with students in person at any given time. Meanwhile, to accommodate the growing demand for virtual counseling, many counselors are working out of borrowed spaces across campus. This arrangement has created significant logistical challenges, including scheduling conflicts and appointment errors. In some cases, students arrive for in-person appointments only to find that their counselor is stationed elsewhere, requiring last-minute changes that disrupt both students and staff. A simple yet effective solution is to allow counselors to work remotely 2 days a week, especially during peak times, such as the start of the semester or registration periods. This adjustment would significantly improve service delivery by enabling counselors to meet with more students without the constraints of limited office space. Remote work would only streamline scheduling, reduce unnecessary disruptions, and ultimately enhance the quality of student support. Additionally, by optimizing the use of on-campus offices, counselors who are physically present can work without the constant shuffle of space, making for a more efficient and less stressful work environment. The result, a counseling department that operates more smoothly, provides students with better access to services, and fosters a work culture that supports both counselors and the students they serve. This is not just a matter of convenience. It's about efficiency, accessibility, and student success. By embracing remote work as part of our counseling model, we can modernize our approach, improve workflow, and ensure that every student receives the guidance they need without unnecessary barriers. Thank you.
Thank you, Julius.
Chair Torres? I have a clarifying question, if I may.
Yes.
My clarifying question is, by remote work, do we mean work that is performed on campus or necessarily off campus or both? That's why I'm asking the question. Got it. Thank you for clarifying that.
Thank you. Parties followed by Amber Bayardo.
Hi, everyone. My name is Paris Basihi, and I'm a part-time counselor at Oxnard College working in the General Counseling Department. Flexibility in counseling services is essential to meeting the diverse needs of Oxnard College students. Many of our students juggle work, family responsibilities, and academic commitments, making it difficult to access counseling during the traditional 8 to 5 office hours. A study from UCLA highlights that 70% of students work more than 20 hours a week, while 20% of students work over 40 hours a week. For these students, particularly working adults, finding time for an in-person counseling appointment during standard business hours is nearly impossible. Remote work provides a solution. By allowing counselors to offer virtual appointments outside of traditional hours, such as early mornings, evenings from 5 to 10, or even weekends from 10 to 5, we can make counseling far more accessible to students who need it the most. In fact, one of our ESL instructors recently shared that many of their students were unable to meet with a counselor simply because our office hours coincided with their work schedules. This is a clear gap in service that remote counseling can easily fill. Beyond just convenience, expanding appointment hours through remote work would also lead to stronger student engagement. Virtual counseling has already proven to be an effective and preferred method of support. During the pandemic, counselors successfully adapted to remote service delivery, maintaining the same level of quality guidance from various locations. The demand for virtual appointments has continued beyond the pandemic, demonstrating that students value this option and rely on it as a practical means of receiving support. By embracing remote counseling as part of our standard offerings, we are not just making our services more accessible, we are demonstrating our commitment to student success. When students know they have flexible, reliable access to counseling, regardless of their work or personal schedules, they are more likely to seek guidance, stay on track academically, and feel supported through their educational journey. This is an opportunity to modernize our approach, expand our reach, and truly meet students where they are. By implementing remote work options, we can ensure that no student is left behind simply because of scheduling conflicts. Thank you.
Thank you, Pardis. Amber Bayardo, followed by Jennifer Sear.
My name is Amber Bayardo, a counselor at Oxnard College, working in general counseling, counseling department. So Oxnard College has experienced multiple campus closures in the recent years due to emergencies such as power outages, fires, and freeway shutdowns. While these situations are often unavoidable, their impact on students can be significant. When counseling appointments are canceled due to campus closures, students are left without critical support, often waiting an average of a week and a half to reschedule. These delays can disrupt their academic progress, financial aid planning, and personal well being. These are challenges that could easily be mitigated by allowing counselors to provide remote services during emergencies. We all share a common goal: ensuring that students receive timely, consistent support regardless of external circumstances. One clear example of how remote counseling can benefit students occurred during the recent campus closure in January 2025. During this time, students were given the opportunity to meet with their counselors virtually, allowing them to stay on track with their academic and personal planning despite the disruption. This proactive approach prevented delays, minimized stress, ensured that students did not have to put their education on hold simply because the campus was inaccessible. By implementing remote counseling as a standard option during emergencies, we can prevent the significant backlog of appointments that typically follows these campus closures. This not only benefits students who can receive the support they need without long wait times, but also eases the burden on counseling staff who otherwise face an overwhelming surge of rescheduling requests once the campus is reopened. The ability to quickly adapt to unexpected closures by shifting to remote counseling is not just a convenience, it is a necessary step in providing uninterrupted, high quality student services. By embracing this flexibility, we ensure that no student is left without guidance when they need it the most. Let's take the initiative to make remote counseling an official part of our emergency response plan so that our students always have access to the support they deserve. Thank you.
Thank you, Amber. Jennifer, followed by Akadina Hayek.
Good evening. My name is Jennifer Zier, and I'm a full-time counselor at Oxnard College working in general counseling. I would like to address an issue that directly affects not only our counselors, but also the students who depend on them: the recruitment and retention of counseling staff. The ability to attract and keep highly qualified counselors is essential to providing students with support they need to succeed. Yet, in the past 5 years, Oxnard College has lost 27 counselors, largely due to the strict requirement of 100% on-campus work. This level of turnover is not just disruptive, it's costly. The college has spent an estimated $388,800 on hiring and training these 27 counselors, only for them to leave. Beyond the financial burden, the recruitment process itself requires a significant investment of time and resources, from conducting job searches and interviews to onboarding, extensive onboarding and training new hires who are oftentimes starting their first actual counseling position, because it is very hard to attract counselors to Oxnard College. Usually we attract counselors who live in the Los Angeles area, get their experience here, and then if this is not a place that will sustain them, they will move on when they get hired at schools in their area, unfortunately. And then the cycle starts over, not just for our department, but for both staff and students. A more flexible work model, one that includes remote work options, could be the key to solving this problem. By allowing counselors to work remotely for part of the week, Oxnard College will become a more attractive employer, making it easier to recruit and retain top talent. Many of our counselors commute long distances. Some of our counselors are currently living in Riverside, La Puente, Panorama City, Montrose, Pasadena, Silmar, and Pacoima. Myself in Goleta, over an hour away from campus. The rigid in-person requirement makes long-term employment difficult to sustain. By introducing remote work options, we can provide counselors with flexibility they need to maintain a healthier work-life balance, reducing burnout and increasing job satisfaction. The benefits of this approach extend beyond our staff. When we retain experienced counselors, students gain access to stable, consistent support. It is not uncommon students cannot get access to the same counselor that they have seen because of the turnover. Frequent turnover disrupts counseling services, and it makes it harder for them to form meaningful ongoing relationships, which would help them persist in their academics. This is not just about convenience. It's about creating a work environment that allows counselors to thrive so they can better serve their students. If we want to invest in student success, we need to invest in remote work options.
Thank you, Jennifer.
Chair Torres,
Trustee Lichto.
I have yet another clarifying question. In the K-12 world that I come from, when I think of counselor, I think about an individual who is a holistic counselor, deals with student schedules, matriculation from level to level, as well as the student's social emotional well-being and maybe referrals and so forth. In this case, are we speaking exclusively of individuals that are dealing with which side of those, or is it both? Thank you. Thank you.
Now we have Acadina, followed by Cynthia Salas.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Acadina. I'm a general counselor at Oxnard College. As higher education continues to evolve, we must ask ourselves, are we truly meeting the needs of today's students? For-profit colleges have successfully adapted by aligning their services with the realities of working adults, offering flexible remote counseling options that cater to those balancing jobs, families, and education. Oxnard College has a unique opportunity to implement similar strategies, ensuring that we remain competitive and, more importantly, that we continue to serve our students effectively. The PACE program focus group has made one thing abundantly clear. Many students struggle to access in-person counseling during standard business hours. These students, many of whom work full-time or manage family responsibilities, have expressed the need for evening and weekend counseling options. By allowing counselors to work remotely during non-traditional hours, we can bridge this accessibility gap, providing much-needed support to a growing demographic of students who might otherwise seek institutions with more flexible options. Expanding counseling availability will not only improve student support, but also strengthen enrollment in programs like PACE and evening courses. When students know they have access to guidance when they need it, whether it's after work, on weekends, or at a more convenient time, they are more likely to stay on track with their academic goals. Survey data and direct feedback from PACE students reinforces this need. One student shared, "I have to use my lunch break to meet with a counselor via Zoom. It's convenient, but my lunch is only 30 minutes and it always feels rushed." Another mentioned, Having a PACE counselor is great, but I struggle to meet with him before class since I come straight from work. And after class, I rush home to take care of my kids and make dinner. Others express frustrations over the lack of available appointments, with one saying, I mostly try to figure out my classes on my own because I can't make it to campus during the day. These are real concerns from real students, concerns we have the power to address. By embracing a flexible work model that allows counselors to offer remote services during evenings and weekends, we can significantly enhance student success and engagement. This isn't just about keeping up with the industry trends, it's about making Oxnard College a leader in accessible, student-centered support. When we move barriers to counseling, we empower students to stay on track, make informed decisions, and ultimately achieve their academic and career goals. Now it's the time to take action and create support systems that reflect the realities of today's students. Let's make education truly accessible for all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good
Cynthia.
evening. My comments are not in regards to the counselor. It's in regards to the last meeting that we had in regards to curriculum, ethnic studies, and Chicano studies.
Cynthia Salas.
Okay, welcome. Good evening. My name is Cynthia Salas, and I'm here today to speak on the vital role of ethnic studies, specifically Chicano studies, not just for communities of color, but for all students, including white students. And I quote Malcolm X that once said, history is a people's memory, and without a memory, man is demoted to a lower animal. For too long, our educational system has taught an incomplete version of history, one that often erases the contributions, struggles, and resilience of all people of color, including Black, Indigenous, and other marginalized communities, including women. Ethnic studies corrects that. It doesn't divide us, it informs us. It helps us understand the full story of America, particularly the history of the United States and the continent itself. One that includes both oppression and resistance, injustice, peace, and progress. For white students, studying ethnic history is not about guilt, it's about the truth. It's about breaking down the false narratives that fuel division and replacing them with knowledge and fosters understanding. When students study the real history of race in our country, they begin to see how systemic injustices were created and how they continue today. But more importantly, they gain the tools to help dismantle these injustices and create a united community. Also, many educators believe that education leads to transformation. It is important to understand that without that, we are warned against superficial allyship, but we recognize that a deep understanding of history could create true allies, people willing to challenge racism, not just in others, but in institutions and even within ourselves. Ethnic studies benefits all of us. It is not about exclusion, it is about inclusion. It allows us to build a more honest and just society where we recognize each other's full humanity. That is why we must support the inclusion of ethnic studies in our schools, in our universities, and public discourse. And I truly hope that we understand that in higher academia and in institutions of higher learning, choice is what makes us unique. We come to universities to explore and grow as people so then we can become contributing members of our society by looking at all angles of history that makes us a united community. Thank you.
Thank you, Cynthia. With this, we move to guests and recognitions. 4.01. We recognize the acknowledgement of our new employees who have been with us and joined the Ventura County Community College District. So thank you and thank you so much for joining and being part of our district. We're so excited to have you part of our community. 4.02, we also have recognition of Ventura County Community College District retirees who have been with us and serving us for many years, and they're now going to embark in their new journey. And trustees, you're able to see their names on our agenda. And 4.03, we have acknowledgement of special recognitions, and there's a birthday here. There's two birthdays. There was a birthday on February 12th for our trustee Licto. Happy birthday, trustee Licto. And our Valentine's Day, February 14th, it was Dolores Ortiz, our Oxnard College Academic Center president. It was her birthday on February 14th. So happy birthday and congratulations. And 4.04, What we did is at the beginning of the meeting, there is an item on the agenda 16.07, and we decided to move it up on the agenda. And that's because right after 4.03, because we know we have faculty present here and with their loved ones, and we didn't want to have them waiting. And so there is an action on the table, which is action to approve tenure recommendations for listed faculty at Moore Park College, Oxnard College, and Ventura College, effective 2025-2026 academic year.
Chair Torres,
Trustee Lichto,
I'd like to make a motion that we approve action item 16.07 and approve tenure recommendations as provided.
is there a second? Okay. Okay. So trustees, it's been moved by Trustee Lichto, seconded by Trustee Mantooth. Any discussion? Okay. All trustees in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Okay. So congratulations to all of our faculty. What we'd like to do is to have you please come to the podium. And we'd like you to introduce yourself to us and let us know a little bit about you. And so there isn't necessarily an order.
Hi, everybody. Thank you so much for honoring us this evening. Selena and I both serve at Oxnard College. We're in our psychology program, and it's been such a joy to grow the program together and serve our really special student body. Oxnard College is a really special place to be, and I'm very grateful to have served our students as an educator, as their ally.
If you give us a minute, we're just trying to determine if the mic is on. Was the mic on?
Can you tell if the microphone's on? Right on the top there's an on-off switch.
Yes.
Okay,
Okay.
beautiful.
Well, Samantha, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. Samantha had some wonderful words, so I'll try to draw from her as inspiration. But I'm Selena Benavides, Dr. Selena Benavides, and this is Samantha Marshall. And we were hired at the same time to grow and expand the psychology program at Oxnard College. And we have a really wonderful colleagues and support there. We have a strong staff, faculty, and administration who's been guiding the campus. And we have such a phenomenal support team that we are excited to continue to contribute over the upcoming years. So thank you for granting us tenure. It's been a wonderful journey for us and a lot of personal growth and professional growth, and we feel really fortunate to be partnered together. So thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Ali Fazalpour. I am computer science faculty at Ventura College. I really appreciate all your effort and support during this 4 years. It has been a wonderful journey, a professional as well as personal experience. Thank you very much.
Allison Barton, coordinator of the Moore Park College Student Health Center, and I'm really glad to not talk about COVID in front of you. That's a really good step in the right direction. I'm just so delighted to be here tonight and so grateful to all the iterations of my awesome tenure committee. It's been a lot of substitutions, but it's been great. Faculty, staff around me, wonderful administrators who have been so supportive. Our tenure group has been awesome. And just thank you so much for supporting me all along. And I'm thrilled to get tenure. That's great.
Hi, I'm Gary Moy. This is a really special moment for me. It's when 1993, I did not get into veterinary school. I had graduated from four-year college, and I was looking for other options. And Moore Park College gave me somewhere to go and something to do. and I was part of what was then called the Exotic Animal Training and Management Program. And I thought I would go there for a couple of years, gain some experience, and reapply to veterinary school. But what it showed me was that I fell in love with animal training and what that program was designed for. And upon graduating, I worked in the entertainment industry for 24 years. And it's when that cycle came through and I was looking for other things to do, Moore Park College was there for me again. And I started in classified. And just like I learned at Moore Park, I learned everything from the ground up, understood how the zoo worked. And then when a faculty position was opened, I was embraced again. So Moore Park College has given me a new lease on life twice. And I'm very grateful. And I won't let you down. This is a dream job for me. And I thank everybody here, Dr. Sokno in particular, for all the support that everyone's given me. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Jennifer Zier, General Counseling, and I just want to thank you for granting my tenure. Both my parents were first-generation college students, graduated from Oxnard and Ventura College, so it means a lot to be able to support students just like my parents. Thank you.
So on behalf of the board, thank you very much for choosing our district to have your tenure being this whole time and being here with us to serve our students where you are, everything you do, your dedication. And so our hope is that we also continue to support you the best way that we can. And so we love you very much for everything that you do, for being here and being there with our students. And I'm happy to see you here. And don't be strangers whenever you can, come and visit us and come over to our meetings. We always love to see the faculty. We always love to hear from everyone. We don't get to be out there as much as we would like to, but we love when you come here and just share with us your perspectives and your viewpoints. So this is a night of celebration, of joy, of hope for our district, for our students. And we do have a reception for you. And so I believe it's right behind me. And we're going to take about a 10-minute recess aboard, and then we'll come back to conduct our business. But you're more than welcome to stay longer if you need to. We want you to stay longer. So with that, we will take a 10-minute recess. We are reconvening to our Board of Trustees meeting after being able to spend some time with our tenure faculty in the reception. So we are now moving to 5.01, which is classified Senate precedence consultation. Is it Oxnard College? I see.
Almost there.
Okay.
Good evening, Chancellor McLennan, trustees and student trustee Whalen. My name is Sergio Arana, Oxnard College Classified Senate President. I'd like to start out by going to item 4.01, acknowledgement of new employees. I'd like to welcome back to Oxnard College Elizabeth Parra, our new curriculum specialist. And I'd also like to congratulate Annabelle Topete, the Information Technology Help Desk Assistant at the District Administrative Center. She was previously employed at Oxnard College as one of our Tech Bar employees. So congratulations to those two. And I'd also like to go to item 4.93 and wish a happy birthday to Trustee Lou Little and a happy birthday to the wonderful Dolores Ortiz. And on item 4.04/1607, congratulations to the tenure faculty, especially to our Oxnard College wonderful faculty, Selena Benavides, Jennifer Zier, and Samantha Marshall. I've had the pleasure to work with all three of them, and they are a wonderful addition to our college, and I look forward to continuing to work with them. And on to the reports. Oxnard College Classified Senate met this afternoon for our monthly meeting. We had been working on our recommendations to our college PG manual and hope to collaborate with students, faculty, and management to discuss some potential updates to committee membership. We've also discussed recommendations that were brought forth in DCAS and DChem. And our next meeting is March 18th, and we plan on starting this year's election process. That is all. Thank you.
Thank you, Sergio. And do we have more? Is it Moore Park College? Yes. Moore Park College. Thank you.
Okay, got me? Esteemed board chair, trustees, student trustees, Chancellor McLennan, and distinguished guests. First, let me begin with a special happy birthday to Trustee Lichtel. The Moore Park College Classified Senate has just completed our second year of Classified Senate prioritization. Our classified professionals take great pride in leading the process in the valuable insights we contribute through it. This initiative not only strengthens our campus community, but also ensures that our voices are heard in shaping the future of Moore Park College. On a more bittersweet note, this will be my last board meeting as I step down as Classified Senate President. Serving in this role has been an incredible journey, and I have cherished the opportunity to grow both personally and professionally at Moore Park College. I want to take a moment to express my deepest gratitude to my dean, Robert Cabral, for his unwavering support and leadership. Robert, your guidance has empowered me every step of the way. And I truly could not have accomplished it without you. Thank you always.
Thank you.
Now, on a much sweeter note, I am honored to announce that we have elected new Classified Senate President. Please join me in congratulating Christine Robinson. Christine serves as Moore Park's Student Activity Specialist and is a shining example of how classified professionals support and uplift our students. With her dedication and passion, I have no doubt she will lead with excellence and make an even greater impact. Thank you. In regards to action items 4.01, we would like to recognize new employee, Tammy Bath, nurse. Assignments, Jessica Fernandez, custodian, Julio Paz, custodian, Rachel Gordon, DSPS specialist and ASL interpreter, Raul Alonzo, plumber, Rebecca Brenhans, instructional lab tech 2 and registry vet tech, Marel Tavishan, tutoring and support supervisor, and Laura Maldonado, project director, dual enrollment, and for special acknowledgement for retirements for Elizabeth Thompson. Elizabeth, you are truly a legend at VCCCD. Before I close, I want to share my final thought and hope for VCCCD. Our district must continue to invest in the growth and advancement of classified professionals. Without accessible pathways for career progression, we risk losing valuable institutional knowledge and local talent. I urge leadership to keep this in mind as we shape the future of VCCD. Go Moore Park.
Thank you. And I don't believe we have Ventura College Classified Senate with us this evening. Academic Senate presidents.
Can't
Not
hear
very
me.
much. Now we can.
Okay,
Moore
thank
Park.
you. Good evening, Chancellor, trustees, distinguished faculty and guests. I am Ruth Bennington. I am the Vice President of Academic Senate for Moore Park College. Matthew cannot be here this evening, so I will be reading his report on his behalf. First, we would like to congratulate the newly tenured faculty, both at our college and at our sister colleges. Regarding the last board meeting, there were a couple of concerns about the Moore Park College M40 Ethnic Studies course. Ultimately, the board approved the course, and I would like to thank you for that action. At a few points during discussion, questions were directed to the academic senates, as the ability of the tens of thousands of students in our district to get their associate degrees or transfer depends on the principles expressed in the board's action. I will do my best to provide a belated reply to the questions and concerns. I got the impression that the first major concern regarding this class involved the language used to present the class. The CSU Area F Ethnic Studies Requirements rubric provides one set among many requirements community colleges must follow. Because our ethnic studies classes must follow that rubric in order for our students to transfer, and that rubric contains language that was the discussion at the board level as potentially concerning. I do not see a way to both avoid language of possible concern to the board and get the course approved for transfer to a CSU. Ultimately, our faculty must navigate Title V, CID, CSU, Area F, and other requirements to get these courses approved. If we want to provide reasonable opportunities for our students to transfer or receive an associate degree, our flexibility on this issue is extremely limited. I got the impression that the second major concern regarding the class involved the curriculum process and a concern that our committees was possibly stifling faculty voices. Our curriculum committee currently has 28 members. This membership includes representatives, from every department and follows Robert's Rules of Order. Curriculum decisions are made in an open and democratic manner. Every year, committee members are trained in the use of Robert's Rules of Order to be sure that 1, all voices are heard. 2, each member has the ability to provide input on topics. 3, all members have equal rights, privileges, and obligations. 4, all members are able to have full and free discussion with a diversity of ideas. And 5, there is a maintenance of order. Our goal in Senate, the Curriculum Committee, and the other standing committees of Moore Park College's Academic Senate is to promote, not stifle, dialogue. Once again, we appreciate the principles implied in the board's action to support the processes that enable transfer and graduation for all our students. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Moore Park. Oxnard College.
Good evening, trustees, student trustee Whalen, Chancellor McLennan, and guests. So this is just consultation separate from report, right? So 4.01, acknowledgement of new employees. I want to extend a welcome back to Elizabeth Parra, who is our new curriculum specialist. She was at OC and then spent some time at the district, and we're very happy to have her back as part of our curriculum team in a classified role. 4.03, happy birthday to Trustee Lichtel, now my birthday twin. 11.01, action to approve Oxnard College curriculum. So I want to express my strong support for the action to approve the Oxnard College curriculum. As you know, the consultation comes before the item. So I just want to reiterate, kind of in the same vein of Moore Park's statement, our curriculum committee works collaboratively to ensure we meet the appropriate number of units, the appropriate degree requirements, transfer requirements, and that we're in alignment with the college's mission, our educational master plan, as well as accreditation standards. So I want to extend and express my strong support, in particular for the Chicana-Chicano Studies, Latina-Latino Studies Associate in Arts for Transfer AAT. And so you'll see a note under the curriculum in that attachment that basically gives you the areas of ed code that will show you that when a college offers an associate and the state comes out with the transfer model curriculum, we are required to create that AAT within 18 months. So once the TMC template is approved, we are required by law to create the AAT within 18 months. The AAT for the Chicana-Chicano Latina-Latino Studies was released on September 1st of 2024. So this is us meeting the law. And then I would also just like to say, you know, the purpose of accreditation reviews of our campuses, those accreditation reviews occur to determine whether the college meets and continues to meet ACCJC eligibility requirements, commission policies, and accreditation standards. So I'd also like to highlight the fact that Oxnard College received a commendation from ACCJC for standards 1A1, 1B1, and 2A7. And I'll just read a quote from their commendation, from their letter to us. Commendations signify institutional practices for which the Commission believes exceeds standards. The Commission recognizes exemplary performance of Oxnard College in the following areas: standards 1A1, 1B1, 2A7. The Commission commends the college for its work ensuring accessibility and support for its traditionally underserved populations, particularly the Latina population, both on campus and in the community. So standard 1A1, so standard 1 is mission, academic quality, institutional effectiveness, and integrity. So mission, right? That we live our purpose and for our intended student population. Through the types of degrees and other credentials we offer, our commitment to student learning and achievement. 1B1, assuring academic quality and institutional effectiveness, academic quality. The institution demonstrates a sustained substantive and collegial dialogue about student outcomes, student equity, academic quality, institutional effectiveness, and continuous improvement of student learning and achievement. And then standard 2A7, student learning programs and support services, instructional programs. The institution effectively uses delivery modes, teaching methodologies, and learning support services that reflect the diverse and changing needs of its students in support of equity in success of all students. So yeah, I just wanted to remind us all that we received that commendation from ACCJC. And then 16.03, action to approve tenure recommendations for the listed faculty. Congratulations to all of our newly tenured faculty. And I'd like to extend special heartfelt congratulations to Chancellor Jennifer Zier, who jumped right into PG. She, I believe, co-chaired in her department for a while. She was also the Academic Senate rep for her department, all while going through tenure. And then professors of psychology, Samantha Marshall and Dr. Selena Benavides Black, who are in my department. And we're very honored and happy to have, you know, all of their efforts, achievements, and additions that they bring to the campus. The psychology program has just taken off with both of them. So welcome and congrats to all of the newly tenured faculty. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair Torres?
Trustee Lichtel?
I appreciate the explanation related to the process and the constraints perhaps that our colleges and our committees have to go through in meeting the requirements of either the Cal States or the UCs. And what may be helpful in the future for at least myself related to any course would be if we could be provided along with the recommended curriculum and some kind of an outline, but more importantly, those elements of instruction, those components that have to be met in order for that course. It could be a link that takes us to that, because I don't expect you to, print pages and pages, and that doesn't have to be necessarily included in the board agenda, but at least a link that takes us to the information so we can pull that out. So we know, again, what the elements of instruction, what the components of the course that is required in order to meet eligibility for transferability. I think that could be really helpful. Am I being, do you understand what I'm asking, or does that make sense?
Well, I think that the right-hand column where it lists units / hours would tell you. So when you see required courses, list A, list B, list C, optional, that's what it is. That is the information that you're asking for. And what I was sharing ahead of what may become a conversation is that, just pushing this AAT through right now, the AAT and Chicano studies, Latino studies. I was also sharing that it's the law. We're required by law. If we offer an AA, which we do in Chicano studies, within 18 months of the state developing a transfer model curriculum, we need to comply and bring the AAT for our students so that they're able to transfer with that degree to a 4-year. So actually, our curriculum committee did include a note under this particular one. It's not been the practice previously, but we are trying to provide more information to answer questions that may arise about the curriculum process and the laws associated with that process.
So maybe I'm not being clear because I don't see the information that I'm actually requesting. So again, there was mention, and maybe it wasn't by you, maybe it was by a previous speaker, about course requirements that have to be embedded and have to be, so for lack of a better term, the course of study itself, topics that have to be covered within a course.
Right.
In order to meet the transferability. I guess if we had that, so we could see that the Cal States are saying, or the UCs are saying, topically, this is what needs to be covered within each course.
Right, and that
could
would be that would be a longer document. We can put a link into our
link, I think,
reports
would be
in the
great.
future.
We also have, after you, let's
I
have
would
Chancellor
just-
McLennan after you.
Right, yeah. So what I think that you're mentioning, though, is the CSU Area F requirement. I'm very familiar. I helped on my campus to try to get several courses put through. So the CSUs require, starting in the 23-24 academic year, that all graduates, it's a graduation requirement, all graduates must take an ethnic studies course, which essentially puts on to the community college system that we must teach those courses because we are providing students who are transfer ready. So it's the CSU Area.
Yeah.
Also.
Thank you, Dolores. I'm
Thank
going to
you.
have Chancellor McLennan speak, and
Thank you. And I'm really reluctant to jump into consultation in the middle of this, but I just want to add we have discussed internally the sort of the context setting around the information we provide to the board, especially around curriculum. However, I just want to be cautious that going down the road of this is a regulation or a requirement is only one piece of the consideration that goes into the faculty expertise around curriculum development. And I wouldn't want to, I know that's not what you're asking, but there's a whole full range of issues and learning outcomes and connections to our mission and our goals that come with the development of those courses as well. So I just want to be careful not to leave this part of the conversation that would be enough, because there's more dimension around it. And I know you know that, but I just wanted to state that for the public record.
Yeah, I'm just asking if there's elements of instruction that have to be covered in a particular course in order for it to meet the UC Cal State requirement. In other words, absent this component, absent this topic, that course would not be approved by the Cal States and the UCs. I think it would help me as a trustee to know what those elements are, so that when I look at our curriculum that's being recommended and I can compare it to what is being required by the Cal States and the UC, then I can match that up and say, okay, this is here because of this request. Maybe this is here because it's something that fits our community. So we've written that into the course, but not necessarily a Cal State or a UC requirement. I'm okay with that. I just like to know which is which.
So I know it seems like it's an interest, but I do want us to move us along. And I know we still have one of our senators that wants to present, and it seems like there's just a lot of questions and details. And I'm wondering, and it came in our last meeting, just an interest on curriculum, and I'm wondering if perhaps it might be of interest to the board to have just perhaps not a study session, but a presentation exactly of curriculum. How is it developed? What the process that we know that they go through our colleges, because it just seems like it's an interest, and I do want to be respectful just of interest of the board. But Dolores, if you want to respond, you can if you wanted to, and then as soon as you respond, we can move on to Rachel for her to give her report.
So briefly, if you'll just Google CSU Area F, you'll find it. But I just wanted to answer your question because it is a specific question. So courses that are approved to meet this requirement shall meet at least 3 of the 5 following core competencies. There are 5, you must meet 3. On our campus, we've submitted, resubmitted. The courses are getting rejected all across the state over the last 3 years. So to have a course get approved by CSU Area F, it's not easy. It's been through the ringer. It's been looked at by so many eyes, so many committees at multiple levels with our intersegmental partners. So to try to sort of just stop it here really ignores multiple levels of faculty expertise.
Okay,
Chair
Rachel.
Torres, with all due respect to the Oxnard College Faculty Senate, I want to point out that something I learned at the CCLC conference a few weeks ago in Sacramento after our last board meeting. There was a session which was devoted specifically to the topic of participatory governance. And admittedly, that's a new topic, something I wasn't particularly familiar with. And so I attended that session with great interest. And the chancellor was there with me, right next to me, as a matter of fact. And I think I hesitate to put words in the chancellor's mouth, but I think we were both surprised at what we learned in that session, which was that there were 2 ways that Board Policy 2510 can be written. On one hand, if Board Policy 2510, which deals with participation in local decision-making, says that the board shall rely primarily upon the recommendations of the Faculty Senate, then we basically have to accept what they say. On the other hand, if Board Policy 2510 says that the board and the academic senate have the obligation to reach mutual agreement, then we are not required to rubber stamp anything coming from the faculty senates. And looking at, and I did this while I was sitting there that Saturday afternoon, I immediately pulled up BP 2510. And our version of BP 2510 states that it states mutual agreement. And so I know Trustee Lichtel last month raised the question about, well, are we just going to rubber stamp this? And and the fact of the matter is that we are not required to do that. And so I just want to put that out there so that everyone is aware of what our board policy actually says.
Yes, and so thank you, Trustee. I am going to move on to our Ventura College Academic Senate President's report, just because I do want to, or not report, but consultation, because I do want to move us along with the other items that we do have on this agenda. But I have your points we'll take in as well. Okay, Rachel.
Good evening, Chair Torres, trustees, student trustee, chancellor, and all of the wonderful individuals in the room. First, I want to say happy birthday to Trustee Lichtel and Dolores. May you have many, many years ahead of you. And hopefully not all of them will be here in this room. Um, we highly support the approval of 16.05 and 16.06. Our tenured faculty are working diligently in their processes and are excited to see them progress towards the next year. For 16.07, I want to congratulate our two four-year tenure candidates. We call her Mia, not Mary. So Mia Brink and Allie. Mia has made great impact on our campus. She's serving as our academic senate trustee or treasurer. She's putting her accounting skills to good use and helping us with our figuring out our budget and our money that we get for Senate. I'm so proud to be working alongside her. She's very, very she's a very great advocate for our Senate and for our faculty. I also want to congratulate Allie. I was actually on the hiring committee of Allie. We had several failed searches. And so when we got Allie, it was really exciting, and I volunteered to be on his tenure committee. So this is a real amazing moment for me as well, watching him come into our district and just go through the entire process and just being able to be with him at his side, helping him along the way. And he's just a ball of energy, and I'm so excited to see him achieve tenure tonight. And then for 4.03, we want to welcome aboard all of our new faculty joining Ventura College. For 11.02, I want to start by thanking our trustees for last month's recognition that although we may be having our need to express our opinions, it was important that we ensure that the process is followed, and at the end of the day, the curriculum was approved as it was recognized to have followed the process in the college and at the district. All curriculum up tonight for our Board of Trustees approval has been thoroughly vetted utilizing the processes as outlined by the state and the college. The curriculum went through at least 2 readings in the curriculum committee level, which follows the Roberts Rules of Order. This is after the faculty worked with our tech review team to finalize the appropriate criteria outlined by our state requirements, and then when they were submitting it to curriculum. All decisions were made in a democratic and transparent manner, ensuring that processes were always followed, voices that chose to be heard were heard. These were open meetings, allowed all on campus to express their support or their concerns for the specific curriculum being developed. All are made aware when agendas are published at least 72 hours in advance, and all individuals are welcome to attend the meeting. Anyone engaging in the curriculum process has an equal responsibility and duties to the work within the community while following a proper order and ensuring that there is no curbing of dialogue. There has been no disqualifying factors or concerns brought up regarding any of our courses that are up for board approval tonight. To give you an example, according to the faculty developing the Women in Sports class, an AA in sports management degree is being developed, and the department has planned relevant coursework that will ensure the various perspectives are learned about on the degree pathway. This course mirrors other courses developed focusing on men in sports, which is already in our system. This course examines the chronological history, analysis, and interpretation of people, events, and issues that affect women in sports in past and present society. The topics are going to include the history of women in sports, structural constraints facing women in sports, race and ethnicity, health benefits and risks for women in participating in sport, the role of media, the sporting body, Title IX, career opportunities. Students will gain an understanding of the significant impact women have had on the sports world and how their significance will determine the future of women in sports. Health education has similar curriculum that's already approved, and health and wellness designed for women and a health and wellness designed for men. So this is a course that is mirroring the course that has already been developed for men. It is imperative that we remember that the purview of curriculum, according to 10+1, is faculty directed. Our curriculum committee is made up of faculty who have dedicated themselves to work well and above and beyond what is expected in their role as serving on a committee with little to no release time for additional responsibilities. They live, eat, breathe, and dream curriculum in many cases with our curriculum members. So I want to make sure we are aware that this is a very passionate thing that they are taking on. The Ventura College Curriculum Committee, Ventura College Academic Senate, and the District Council on Curriculum and Instruction have vetted all of the classes on the agenda tonight and have approved for them to move forward. And to address your concern just now, Trustee Lichtel, there is conversation that I've brought forward to our district meeting on how to make sure you get the information that you need to help have that conversation, which is why tonight I broke down the class that's on the agenda that my thought would be that would be a concern of this Board of Trustees, because we want to make sure that you have the information that you need to be able to make a decision. And at the end of the day, I just want to remind you that, and I've said this like 5,000 times, but we have followed our processes as strict as we possibly can, allowing for everything to fall in alignment the way that it should. Thank you.
Thank you. And so now we move to our reports. The trustees have received your reports. They have read them. So we appreciate all of the work that you put into really drafting these reports for us. And so at this moment, I'm going to ask everyone if there's something you want to highlight, feel free to do so at this time. Also, trustees, you're able to answer any questions that you may have on the reports. And so we are going to start with our College Associated Student Government reports.
Everyone. Today we will only be receiving the report from Oxnard's Student Government President, Rigoberto Osorio. So I will hand it over to him to give his report.
Thank you. Good evening, Board of Trustees, Student Trustee Whalen, Chancellor McLennan, and guests. For my report, I just wanted to highlight some of the events included in my written report. So I wanted to note that we will be having our second session of professional learning with Dr. Gina Ann Garcia. And then I also wanted to note that our events on Wednesday, the 12th, 19th, and 26th are coming from our evening attendant, Rochelle, in order to better serve our evening students. And these events are also included on the second page of my report in the top left-hand corner. And then finally, I wanted to note that our Know Your Rights tabling event on the 25th is a collaboration event with our Dream Resource Center. Thank you.
And I have to say, Rigoberto, I actually have on my phone that, so I opened your report and I looked at the evening. So thank you for having evening events that I'm able to make. And I know you have one of the movie Just Mercy. You're going to be handing out books to students. I thought that was so nice to be able to hand something to them that they can take. So appreciate your report, and I'm going to be joining you for some of those evening events.
Thank you.
Thank you. And so now we have AFT report.
Good evening, trustees. Good evening, everybody else. AFT wishes to congratulate all the newly tenured faculty. That's all.
Thank you. Classified Senate President's report, and we start with Oxnard College.
I apologize. I think we went a little different this time. I included my report in the initial consultation.
That's okay. Just in case there was anything else you might want to highlight. Thank you. Moore Park. Okay. SEIU is not here tonight, so I don't believe there's anything to report. Academic Senate President's report. We'll start with Moore Park College.
We have nothing further to add. Thank you.
Thank you. Oxnard College.
Thank you. So, yeah, to highlight a few things from my report, the Academic Senate continues to work on our PG manual revisions. We're looking into our off-cycle retirement replacement process, and we continue to discuss our support of undocumented students. And plans are underway for sending Senate Executive Council members and senators to the ASCCC Spring Plenary, as well as faculty to the summer's Great Teacher Summit. I want to highlight Professor of Health and Kinesiology, Erin Marquez Lawley. She's had a workshop accepted for the foundation of the California Community Colleges LGBT Summit. So the theme this year, I believe this is the third or fourth annual summit. The theme is empowering campus culture in support of LGBTQ+ students. The summit offers an opportunity for students, faculty, classified professionals, and administrators to come together to learn, share innovative ideas, and develop strategies to improve campus programs and student support services. And this summit is free. It's online and it's free for anyone who cares to attend. Likewise, I'd like to highlight Professor of English, Dr. Jose Maldonado. He helped form a new student women's support group created in collaboration with students from his classes and with the Campus Mental Health Center. So they've kicked off last week and they'll meet every Wednesday from 1 to 2 p.m. The Women's Support Group is a safe space where women can build community and overcome challenges. Can read more about it there. OC Live kicked off its first event of the spring semester on February 4th. It was called Piece of Daily Bread with our former student alumni, Carvaris Myrix. Carvaris Myrix now plays professional basketball in Canada and coaches at Villanova Prep in Ojai. He gave a very inspirational talk and signed copies of his book. He's published a book. And my last item here is about the California Community College Chancellor's Vision for Success. So for shorthand, it's usually called Vision 2030. This is a framework to guide all of the California community colleges toward more equitable and inclusive educational outcomes by the year 2030. So I say a copy of the 2030 report can be found here. I am doubting my ability to put hyperlinks into PDFs because I remember sharing all of the Oxnard Thriving Youth Survey links, so I thought, but I can't click on them. So I'll work on that. But you can also just copy and paste it into a browser. So Oxnard College Senate remains committed to the main three goals of Vision 2030, which are equity and success, equity and access, and equity and support. And then I've just summarized the primary goals of the vision here. Improved student outcomes, ensuring that all students, especially those from historically marginalized communities, complete their programs, earn certificates and degrees, and transfer successfully to four-year institutions. Equity and inclusion, reducing racial and socioeconomic disparities in educational achievement, aiming for a more inclusive and supportive college experience for all students. Workforce alignment, strengthening the connection between community colleges and the workforce, ensuring that programs meet current and future job market needs, and helping students to find good career opportunities. And finally, access and support, increasing access to higher education for underrepresented populations and providing comprehensive support systems to help students succeed. So Vision 2030 aims to align the California community colleges with the evolving needs of students and the economy. It focuses on closing achievement gaps and ensuring that all students have an opportunity to thrive academically and professionally. And we, Oxnard College Academic Senate, remain committed to those goals. Thank you.
Thank you. VC, Ventura College.
So I don't have too much more to add. Our Senate is currently working on a few large projects, and hopefully in the near future, I'll be able to share it on another board report. The one thing I'm really excited to share, though, is that, again, speaking of our curriculum committee, we had a deadline set for February 15th to have all of our local degree programs updated following the new guidelines that were set out. And as of this afternoon, it was reported that we had 100% completion of this task. What is really exciting about it is that this semester we are operating with 2 co-chairs who are stepping in because our previous co-chair took a sabbatical. And so they have just jumped in both full feet running, ready to get the programs through. And they worked diligently and hard, having meetings, calling, emailing, making sure everything was going to be able to meet this deadline. And so it is very impressive to be able to get to that deadline and say that we accomplished it at 100%. And I'm really proud of them for that. It was not an easy task, and they need to be acknowledged for that. other than that, we will, like I said, we'll have bigger projects coming in the near future.
Thank you. Citizens reports, Oxnard College.
Board member, student trustee. For this month's report, I highlight counseling at Oxnard College. Our counselors provide a comprehensive set of services to assist our students with academic, career transfer, and personal counseling. Counseling is one of the most essential services we provide for our students. Counselors help guide our students to select an area of study and support their progress towards achieving their educational and career goals. The counseling department at OC consists of 21 full-time counselors and 24 part-time counselors. Want to highlight some stats that you have in your reports for educational plans. Over the last 3 years, between 78 and 82% of enrolled students have met with the counselor to create an educational plan, which is a very good stat. Within the students who are in categorical or special programs, we have a higher rate, between 45 and 93% of students have a comprehensive educational plan, which in essence is a plan that delineates them getting to their educational goal. The programs with the highest rate of students with educational plans include our student parents, extended opportunities programs and services, foster youth, CalWorks, and our educational assistance center. Between 60 to 65% of students with comprehensive educational plans want to transfer to a four-year university. Lastly, I would want to take a moment to congratulate all the faculty receiving tenure, including our OC faculty. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you. Ventura College.
Good evening, Chancellor, Board Chair, and members of the board. I'd like to start by congratulating all the faculty who achieved tenure status. That is a tremendous milestone and is a tradition in academia that is worth celebrating. So especially for Ali and Mia, what a great opportunity to celebrate them, along with all the faculty who participated in the tenure process. So thank you for all of them. My written report also includes highlights of counseling, the counseling department. When I talk about student services, I often say that student services is the heart of the institution. And there are many aspects and many departments and areas, but counseling is probably one of the largest ones in student services. And they are not only in the counseling department alone, but also distributed among all the support programs. So I really like to highlight, take the moment to read in the report their accomplishments. You see the stats. I like to highlight that they have been working for a few years in trying to improve that student counselor ratio. That means, more opportunities for contact with students, and that they have been applying strategies that are working, as you can see in there. They're also doing tremendous work in expanding services to students by, working Fridays, Saturdays, attending other events. So I want to thank them for the hard work. They touch the student, they help them get into their student journey and explore their careers, and that is very important. The rest of the report also highlights some of the things that are taking place on campus. I want to thank Trustee Chancellor and Trustee Pachowski for attending the Gibbs Mechanics Center grand opening, a great example of the importance of partnerships with industry and also the support of the foundation. A big shout out to financial aid. They're working really hard. This is FAFSA time. And you all know the challenges that students are facing with the FAFSA application, and financial aid, their staff are doing a lot of workshops at the high schools on Saturdays. The Cash for College was tremendously well attended a couple weeks ago, and we'll have one more in Santa Paula. Industry Day, very appropriate since February celebrates career education. So that was a great event in partnership with Ventura County Office of Education. Last, I'd like to highlight that, among the many events that I attend, I was very pleased to celebrate on February 5th, which is National Girls and Women's in Sports Day. As a former athlete, I figured, that day I'm going to celebrate by attending a basketball game for the women's, and it was actually against Moore Park. We lost, but they played great. Yeah. But it's important to recognize, I know we're sitting next to each other, that this date, again, National Girls and Women's in Sports Day, celebrates the achievements of girls and women in sports and encourage their participation. It is also an important day that was created to challenge gender stereotypes, seeks to advance gender equity, and also overcome some of the old practices in sports that perhaps hurt student athletes or women athletes, hurt their confidence in performance. So very appropriate celebration now that I see the curriculum having women in sports. So very apropos to have that. I support that. Again, our faculty are experts in curriculum, and I fully support that, that class. Thank you.
Thank you. Moore Park College.
Good evening, excuse me, board chair, chancellor, and guests. I do want to first of all start off by saying congratulations to our tenure recipients, Allison Case Barton, Gary Murray, and Kevin Rickard. Their success is also as a result of the tenure committees. So a big thank you to those who've served on their tenure committees over the last 4 years. And the support that they've gotten from the campus community. I also want to use this as a moment, although she left, but I wanted to say a very big thank you to Rebecca. Rebecca came to Moore Park College in 2022 and really just jumped on the bandwagon of supporting our classified professionals as she's one, and she took on the leadership role. We are very lucky as an institution to have folks like Rebecca who continue to support the work that we do. Also, I would like to say a big congratulations to our men's track team. The 3C2A identified Moore Park College's men's track and field team, as the Scholar Athlete Team of the Year for 2024. What that says, yes. What that says is that they not only excel in the classroom, but they also excel on the field. It recognizes both of that accomplishments, so we're very proud of them. In terms of picking items to highlight from the board report, I think the main point that I'd like to make is that Moore Park College's strong transfer rates is a result of the work, part of the work of our counseling faculty. Increase in awards earned is a result of the work of our counseling faculty. The work that we're doing with the two-way texting across programs has our counselors being at the head of that work, in the front of that work, and we recognize and thank them for that. And when we look at the timely completion of our math and English courses, our counselors are also very essential to that work. When you look at Moore Park College and the work that we're doing around texting, period, we have 5,348 student conversations that have happened between August 5th of 2024 and the beginning of this semester. 5,348 student conversations. Those conversations are the kind of conversations that students will, at other times, would sort of line up to see a counselor through express counseling. And sometimes it means taking time out of their lives, et cetera, to be at the college. But they can actually get a text message to ask that question. They can get response from somebody who is their person on the other end of the text line. And our counselors were one of the first groups of folks to say, I'll do this and we'll try this out. So I'm very proud of that and appreciate their work with us. There's lots of wonderful stuff in the report, as you already know and you've already seen. Again, very good commitment that's represented on the.
Thank you. I did notice, and I wanted to highlight as I read your reports, College, just to see the number of educational plans and the intentionality to be able to really look at the students' just what they're going to do, their program, make sure they have the right courses. So I really appreciate the number, how much it's increased. And I know that you also highlighted your categorical programs. And myself, having been an EOPS student, I know that there's all these supports that we receive. And it's very much like what an EOPS is known for, is to give you that attention and that support, to see that that's actually being carried out in general counseling, that is kind of gone in that direction. Is I'm really happy to be able to see that as well. I loved also for Ventura College, the counselor ratio, to be able to see how much it's lower from 2021 to 2024. So I think fall of 2021 was 652 and now it's 478. That says a lot. So they're able to give students that individualized attention that they need. And for Moore Park College, I was really taken back, and I loved the two-way texting. I thought, wow, like that's how we all communicate, a quick text, hey, don't forget, or your courses, or I love that. And it's just, although you all presented on counseling, I was able to see the uniqueness within each one of your campuses and what you do that just kind of makes you stand out. And that was really nice to be able to see, because it's the same information. And then I'm always looking like what makes them stand out, because I know their colleges are something different, something they're focusing on. And it was really nice to be able to see that. And because we grow from each other, so you take ideas. Oh, that's a great idea that you're doing over there. I think I'm going to do the same over here. So I was very happy to be able to see that as well. So thank you very much for your reports and your information. And if there's no comments from the trustees,
Chair Torres.
yes.
I just wanted to commend our colleges on what they're doing with respect to counseling. I know that when I attended UCLA, I tried meeting with a counselor there several times, and I did, but I don't know, for some reason it just wasn't the same as when I'd go see a counselor when I was in high school, and I kind of found it frankly useless. But it's clear from the results that we're seeing that the counseling at our community colleges is helping. And one thing I learned working in business is that you try new things, and just because just because something may not work doesn't mean you don't try something new. And I really appreciate hearing that each college is kind of trying to do different things. I especially like the whole concept behind the texting. Because it's something where, if something works at one school, hey, let's get it. Let's see what we can do to bring it to our other campuses. And so I just wanted to call that out.
Thank you, Trustee Pachowski. Trustee Chancellor?
I also really enjoyed hearing and reading about the wonderful work that our counselors at the various colleges are doing. One thing I want to acknowledge at Oxnard College, the decision that college has made to, and I'll read it from the report, each high school in the Oxnard Union High School District has a dedicated counselor that works directly with students to guide them on their education path that includes taking classes as dual enrollment students and completing their education plan in preparation for attending Oxnard College. And I should add, those counselors that are stationed at the high schools in the Oxnard Union High School District, they are also supporting future Ventura College and Moore Park colleges. Because when a student comes to them and says, well, I'm interested in this, they're not going to say, well, it's a Ventura College issue or program that you want. You got to go there. They actually will still guide them through the process. My question is, as I've been on this board for 6 years, and I think it's been about 4 years that this practice has been occurring at Oxnard College. It seems to be successful from both sides of the house of our K-12 partners and, of course, at Oxnard College. Piggybacking off Trustee Pachowski's comments, are the other colleges going to consider a pilot or to try this or to replicate the success that this program has? I've been bringing this up numerous times, but on an equity level, it's hard when I get to truly brag about the services that are being offered at Oxnard College for our students. And it stops there, because I know the other colleges do programs where students visit them and they have Friday events, and colleges or students are getting the access, but that direct one-on-one exposure to counseling services that Oxnard College is able to provide, it seems like an opportunity for other colleges.
To Trustee Pachowski's comment about the two-way texting, we're actually piloting that. We thought that was a great idea. So, we're piloting right now to see, how that looks for us and how successful it is. So far, it's looking pretty good.
Great, thank you. So we move on to board committee reports. So we'll start with the Administrative Services Committee. Trustee Chancellor and Trustee Lichtel, you co-chair this committee. Who's going to be presenting?
You chair it. You chair it. I'll do the next one.
The minutes are there. There were a couple questions in regards to a cell phone tower installation and location of that, which will come up on our agenda as an action item tonight. And we did go through some discussion about the tenure process in regards to the recommendation of an accelerated tenure reviews. I don't know if I'm phrasing it correct. There was one item, 8.01 at our Admin Services Committee, which was for board council. And I'll be bringing that up for a future item for the full board later to discuss.
Thank you.
No, you go.
Okay. Past committee, we have Trustee Mantooth and Trustee Pachowski.
Yes, first of all, I'd like to say, on behalf of Trustee Pachowski and myself, our appreciation for you appointing us to this committee. It's going to be a great learning opportunity. We had our first meeting together on February 5th. And first item of business was to reinforce what I think has been a really good model of having co-chairs of these committees and acting as tag team. So this is why I'm giving the report this time, and Trustee Pachowski will do the next one. Among a number of things that we approved were follow-up reports from all three colleges with regard to accreditation, particularly item 4C, as well as an update on strategic planning, in particular with emphasis on the in-person forums that are conducted at the campuses. Also 5 individual board policies, which we approved to move forward to the board, which are on the agenda tonight. Trustee Pachowski, anything you wanted to add?
Thank you. Okay. Just a question for the past committee. Was there dialogue once you received the reports from the 3 colleges? Was there a conversation? Any questions that may have come up? I didn't see it in the notes, but if not, that's okay.
Was fairly straightforward. The focus being on the delineation of responsibilities with regard to operations versus policy between the board and the chancellor, and the mandate that the board, whenever possible, act as a body together.
Thank you. Okay. So now we are moving to approving of the consent calendar. Now, I know that at the beginning of the meeting, we had one of our trustees that was having some technology issues and being able to access the agenda, and Trustee Pachowski wasn't here. But are there any consent items that need to be pulled that a trustee would like us to be able
I've
to?
got several.
Okay, so give me a quick second.
I believe it's on. Hello?
Okay,
Yeah.
so Trustee Pachowski, which items would you like to be pulled?
Well, for starters, 8.01, because I thought we already approved that. At December, it says the agenda says December 10th, but I thought that was approved at the last meeting. 10.02, 10.05, 10.06, 10.08, 10.09, 10.10, 11.01, and 11.02.
Okay. Is there another trustee?
I just had 12.03.
Okay. So Trustee Pachowski, I have for you 8.01, 10.02, 10.05, 10.06, 10.08, 10.09, 10.10, 11.01, 11.01, 11.02. And then trustee Chancellor, I have for you 12.03. Okay. So is there a motion to approve the consent calendar with the exception, well, with the exception of 8.01, 10.02, 10.05, 10.06, 10.08, 10.09, 10.10, 11.01, 11.02, and 12.03.
I would love to make that motion.
Okay, motion made by trustee Chancellor,
Second.
seconded by trustee Lichtel. Student trustee, how do you vote?
Aye.
Trustees, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Okay, so the motion passes. And so now, as trustee Lichtel said, let's get to work. So there's 8.01, and could this have just been an oversight?
I don't know.
Chancellor or Michelle, it says action to approve minutes from the December 10, 2024, but we did approve. It was an oversight. Okay.
So is that the January 21st meeting? Okay. Okay. So then we should amend the agenda item to read that the minutes from the January 21st, 25 board meeting are in progress and will be agendized for the March 11th, 2025 board meeting, in which case I make a motion to approve that item.
Is there a second?
Second. Although I'm not sure we even need a motion.
I don't even
I don't know,
think
do
so
we?
either. I think it would just be reflected
Just
in the
procedural?
minutes.
Okay.
It'll just be reflected in the minutes. That is going to be coming to us for the March 11th. And at that moment, we'll go ahead and just have it on the agenda and review them. Okay, 10.02. Trustee Pachowski.
Yes. I've got some real questions about the two purchase orders for Dell. I've sold computers. I sold them for quite some time. And for computers to cost over $3,000 each, those are some pretty hefty machines. So I specifically had asked what the specs were being required for the purchases, and I mean, attempting to look at the POs, which were just given to us this afternoon, was it was a little bit late. But I really am interested in knowing, I mean, my dad was a programmer, and I learned back in the 80s when I wanted to buy my own computer that the first question you ask is, exactly how much power do you really need? And to me, a $3,300 computer is excessive.
Can you provide the PO number for the
Sure.
item that you're referring to?
Well, there's two of them.
Go ahead.
PO number, the first one. Let's see here. On the questions we were given. It's 140434. I was just wondering if there was something specific like software that needed to be added and included in this, that would have driven up the price. That's,
Answer.
I mean,
Sure, that's the case.
it doesn't look like it though.
Yeah.
That's what I'm questioning.
Yeah.
About the price of the computers specifically?
Yeah. Why is it $3,300?
Well, I'll give you a general answer and then I'm going to ask maybe if we can get a little more specific. Generally, it has to do with the type of computing that happens, either the software, the systems, These are longer term use in terms of durability, portability, and a number of other things, standardization across the district. But Dan, do you want to offer any insights on that?
For a few. So when we purchase computers with Dell, we do them under an educational discount. We buy the higher end components for longevity. So we do a 5-year or 7-year replacement plan. When you're buying your own computers at home, you may spend $2,000 or $1,000 and they may last 3-4 years. These are business class computers with warranties, support embedded for anything that goes wrong, returns, and then for the longevity of the computer to last 5 to 7 years versus replacing every 3 years. We find spending a little bit more for the higher end computing extends the life of those computers.
What about the software issue? Is there software included in there?
Or like Windows licensing and things like that, but we put our own software on them.
Thank you.
Okay. Any questions from any other trustees? Okay.
Chair,
Trustee Chancellor.
I don't know if we're moving, I had one other question on this PO, and it was a question that one of my colleagues on the board also asked in regards to PO 138202, the 400,000 for legal services. Just wondering, is this for what duration of time was this for? And later I'll be asking for a board report on our total cost of legal services that we're scheduled to have for this fiscal year. But I'm just wondering, was this $400,000 looking forward 6 months? Was it past 6 months? Where are we with that?
138202. It's on page 2, I believe. On page 2. It's to Lever, Cassidy, and Whitmore. And is that kind of like an open PO? In other words, we're approving up to $400,000, not to exceed.
That is
Not necessarily
correct.
paying a
We
bill
currently
for that
have a
amount.
PO with LCW that is set at about $200,000. We are right close to that limit, and so we're going for not to exceed 400,000 for the fiscal year,
This June?
ending this June.
Okay. Any other questions from trustees on this particular action item?
Yeah, on PO 140448.
Page number.
I don't have the page number. I've got
1404?
1404-448 without front media. It's for a 6-month extension of the biotechnology bachelor program billboard advertisement for $34,450. Now, most of my questions have been answered, but I guess the big question that remains is, how are we measuring the results from this advertising purchase? I mean, if we're going to spend money on advertising, we should be tracking to see how well the advertising worked. That's business 101.
Chancellor.
Okay, so Mayor, I'm not prepared to answer that question specifically, Trustee Pachowski. This is a Moore Park one. Do you want to talk about that? But if for those kinds of questions, I think we would need some time to prepare. These are what was that number again?
140448, Outfront Media 6-month extension of a billboard advertisement in Agoura Hills.
And what was the amount on that?
$34,450.
So these are all amounts by process, by policy under the limit that would come to the board. So if there's a specific question like that, I know that I think you asked that question. I don't, did you?
I asked about that on Thursday.
Right. And I'm not sure, because I can't access it right now, what the answer that we gave you or provided the rest of the board was on that. Was that part of the answer? Okay, so Julius, you want
Just,
to?
well, like I say, there were details that were provided, but it left open the question of, okay, well, the first question is, well, where exactly are these billboards? Because I know in the eastern side of the county, Simi Valley, Moore Park, Thousand Oaks, there really aren't a whole lot of billboards. So the question first and foremost was, where exactly were these billboards? And it turns out that they're in Agora Hills. And I don't object to the placement of billboards in Agora Hills. I just want to know, how are we knowing what is the measurement for, I mean, we're looking to spend another almost $35,000 for 6 months. How are we measuring the success of the billboards?
This is for the marketing of the bachelor's degrees. You want to respond, Julius?
Yeah, so Trustee Pachowski, you're right. It is on the off the 101, and it is in Agora Hills. 25% of our students come from Northern LA County.
I
So
understand that.
yeah. So the reality of it is that part of the way we market this baccalaureate degree program is putting the out front billboards somewhere where we have high traffic. So what we then do is when students apply to the program, we ask them a question, like, how did you find out about us? The other thing we do is we do kind of focus groups of community members just to get a sense of how are they finding out about our program, what do they know about our program. So part of it is just an interactive process where we have a survey we ask of students. We have a particular opportunity to engage our industry partners to ask them, what kinds of ways can we communicate to the public? And they tell us, they give us that feedback. And one of the ways in which they told us to promote the program is through these billboards.
Well, it would just seem rather logical to me to have a specific tracking address, be it through a QR code or a physical address that specifically tracks, so that you know that, hey, this is this particular person came in as a result of the billboard. So that way you don't even have to rely upon a survey where they have to affirmatively tell you that they saw a billboard, because they may not remember the billboard. But if they go to moreparkcollege.edu/something, you know that they saw the billboard because they're using the URL from the billboard.
So there are a couple of ways in which we actually do use QR codes. So for example, if there's an ad in the Acorn, or if there's an ad in
Exactly,
other
then you know that
QR
it came
codes to do that.
as a result of the ad in the
Right.
Acorn.
So that's one of the ways in which we check for the interaction through the Acorn. In terms of the billboards, we do the surveys. That also the outfront folks keep data for us to tell us what their outreach is, what their capacity and the volume of eyes on the billboard is, and that's how we make our decision as to whether or not we want to go with that particular vendor.
But you can't tell, the problem here is that we don't know how many people directly inquired about the Bachelor in Biotech as a result of seeing a billboard on the 101.
We can tell when they come to the information session. So when we have an information session about the program, we do ask them at that point, and we can tell you how many people at the information session said they saw it on the billboard, or they saw it in Acorn, or they saw it online. We can tell you that.
Right.
Yeah.
I'd also add that there's a secondary value, or maybe it's even a primary value in getting the word out to the community that we're offering bachelor's degrees in the first place.
Sure.
You'd be surprised at how many people we talk to don't really, it's certainly coming up in our strategic planning conversations about the value of what we do and what people know about what we do. And there's so much of us not being understood. So part of the value in these sort of blunt displays to get information out there is for awareness as much as the direct marketing connection between somebody who sees something and then takes an action to do something about it.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate everybody for the information. Is there anything else from this, from 10.02.
Got one more. PO 140488. It's a refresh of 63 office chairs. At a cost of $26,828. It's a cost of $425 per office chair.
It's pretty cheap.
I don't know.
That's
Walk
pretty
in,
cheap.
walk into Office Depot, you can get them
Well.
for half that price.
Not if you're getting good chairs. This one I know. What number is it again?
14048,
Page
0488.
9.
88, thank you. Yeah.
That's the BKM office environment.
Yes.
Okay.
BKM, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That is
BKM office.
48 student chairs at $260.65 each. Is that what you're referring to?
No,
Trustee?
that's part of that one, yes.
Okay, all right. And then,
And then
yes,
there's-
and then you have 9 other chairs at $348 each.
And then there.
And then,
hold on,
yes.
Let me pull it back up. It's the wrong one, hold on.
So I have here refresh of 63 office chairs for 26,828 for. Is that the one?
Yeah.
I mean, they need,
Well, there's 6 for
there's 63 chairs.
$836 a piece.
You see the breakdown.
Mhm.
Yes.
Yeah. You go from the student shares at 260, the folding student shares at 348, then it jumps all the way up to 836 for the
An office
faculty
chair?
chairs. Yeah.
I do want to say this, that for our BKM furniture, we do utilize a purchasing consortium through the Foundation of California Community Colleges. Our purchasing department does go out and try to get the best prices for this. So it isn't just one individual vendor that's coming to us. There's a consortium of vendors that get vetted through the VCCC agreement. So we are ensuring that we're getting the best price that we can for the type of commercial and industrial strength. These are weighed up to 300 pounds. We're talking about them being used by, students all day long of different sizes. So we want to make sure that we're buying durable, quality furniture that we're putting out there that we don't have to replace every single year.
Okay. Anything else, trustees, on this particular item?
I'll make a motion to approve this item.
Okay, so we have a motion to approve 10.02 from trustee Chancellor. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Seconded by trustee Pachowski. Student trustee, how do you vote?
Aye.
Trustees all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion passes. On to 10.05. And this was also pulled by trustee Pachowski.
At about 10.05. Is there a PLA that's been placed on that project?
I'm going to say no. I would be surprised if there was. We are engaging in that at this point.
Okay. The only other thing that concerns me about this is that, fewer than half the contractors that showed up actually chose to bid. Do we have any feedback as to why they may not have chosen the bid?
Not specifically. I will say sometimes we have bids, especially after we do job walks. Vendors will decide whether or not they want to engage in that particular project. It could be too small for them. It could be something that they don't necessarily have the proper licensing for. We find after the job walk, we do a lot of Q&A with vendors, and sometimes vendors choose to back out at that time. But I don't have the specific reason as to why.
Thank you.
We can
Okay.
assume it's typical, though, that, we have an attrition of 5 or 6 out of
It's very
13.
typical to have an attrition
Okay.
of vendors after the job walk.
Okay. In that case, I'll make a motion that we approve this item 10.05 as submitted.
Okay, so motion made by trustee Lichtel, seconded by trustee Chancellor. Student trustee, how do you vote?
Aye.
Trustees all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion passes. Thank you. With this, we move on to 10.06. Trustee Pachowski?
Actually, all my questions on this one have been answered, so I move to approve.
Okay. Okay, so 10.06. Motion made by trustee Pachowski, seconded by trustee Chancellor. Student trustee, how do you vote?
Aye.
Trustees, all in favor, say aye. Any opposed? Okay, motion passes. And now we move to 10.08. Trustee Pachowski,
Hold on. Bear with me a second because I'm
don't worry.
looking at the information we just got this afternoon.
May I say one thing?
Yes,
Norm-
Chancellor
norm-
McLennan.
Normally we, and
I was
trustee,
trying to review this just because we got this very late.
well, you got them very late. We got them on Thursday and I
I understand.
honestly appreciate we really do want to get the questions and get the answers to the trustee in as timely a manner as we possibly can.
I'm not complaining. I'm
I
just
know,
stating a
I
fact.
understand that. I'm not criticizing at all. Our intent is to get the information to you well before we did. I haven't even had time to review the answers that you're looking at right now.
That's what
Okay.
I'm talking about.
So,
Exactly.
no, I understand that. So, just for the audience and anybody else who might be listening, this is an unusual timing. It had to do with the weekend and some other things that have been going on the national scene as well. But we are committed and we want to encourage you to keep asking questions. And our difficulty in answering these right now is not an indication or any signal that we don't want to have these questions ahead of time. We really do.
No, I understand that. I understand that completely. I mean, we got the agenda just for anybody who may be watching on Zoom. We got the agenda on Thursday. I started going through the agenda immediately on Thursday. And as the Chancellor and Dr. Putnam can attest, I started sending over questions on, Thursday afternoon as soon as I could. My question with respect to the next item, which was what, 10.08?
Yes.
Wait. 10.08 shows a decrease in the unrestricted general fund balance. And I was just kind of curious as to why. Is this due to an increase in spending or a decrease in revenue? What is this regarding? Why is there a decrease of almost $12 million?
And I did read that one, but I'm going to let Ms. Mitchell answer it.
Thank you very much. Trustee Pachowski, thank you for bringing this up. I don't get a lot of camera time, so hello, everyone. I love you pulling my items out. I love to answer the questions for you. So what you're referring to is the 3/11 quarter 2 report. And in that report, there was a deficit noted of $11.6 million. So what we refer to that really is as planned use of beginning fund balance. That fund balance that carried over from the previous year, we're going to use in this year, and it shows up as a deficit in this particular report. This report is formatted in a certain way for the state, so the way we present it to the board, it looks a little different than the way the state would like to see it. So it looks like it is a deficit to you, but we have brought this to the board before, and actually in September when we approved the adopted budget, it was brought forward as the planned use of beginning fund balance. That $11.6 million, I think it was $7.6 million of it was going to go toward operational use. And the other $4 million was due to some amendments to some of the funds where we took, for example, Oxnard's Fund 113, their infrastructure, they moved some money over to Fund 419 to do some projects, some roofing projects, some sewer projects, et cetera. Another $1 million was moved over for some technology refresh from infrastructure into fund. So what you're seeing in this report, those deficits are actually some amendments to the funds as well as some planned use of beginning fund balance.
Thank you. I move to approve.
Second.
Okay,
Before the vote, can I ask a follow-up question?
absolutely. So
Ms.
motion-
Mitchell, I recall conversations we had, particularly about the roughly $7.5 million, which became part of our ending fund balance at the end of the year. And that we had met other targets in terms of recommended reserve levels. Is it true that we don't yet know what the $7.6 million is going to be spent for? I think personally, I had an expectation that we would be given information at some point this year that we would know what those projects were going to be, so that we didn't end the year with another huge question about increased ending fund balance without some utilization of the funds.
So let me take that question and I can look that up for you because that would go to the budgeting part of the house and see where those funds were budgeted for you.
Okay.
However, Mary.
Yes.
So the timing, your anticipation of content relative to that $7+ million, part of that is still in the works as we go through this budget development process and we look at those one-time commitments that we may want to execute in the current budget year. That would certainly be something that we would bring back to the board. But there are some pretty big ones out there as well that are still, and I'll talk about one of them in public. The others I really am not prepared to talk about. And in general terms, we're still looking at the Santa Clara River Valley and Santa Paula, and giving Dr. Laredo Habib the opportunity to develop a more concise plan with how we can meet the educational program and services need of that district, short of building a new campus, which is certainly something that's been discussed over the last several years. There's some things that are in the works right now that I won't, again, speak about publicly because it's just not the appropriate time to do that. But those things will require an expenditure of resources, most likely to be identified as coming out of that unbudgeted reserve.
Trustee Mantooth.
Very much appreciate that statement. My question is generated by more excitement than anything else.
Thank you, Chancellor.
Okay. And Trustee Mantooth, in our last meeting, we also said we wanted to continue having a session on the development of the budget because as trustees, we wanted to give some input and we wanted to just be part of the entire process, find out money's coming in, what are the expenditures, what are things looking like, and just have some input. So that is also coming in. I know that the Chancellor is going to be presenting us soon the schedule of where it's calendar in to make sure that we have time also for that budget development session for us trustees. So it was a consensus because Trustee Pachowski and the rest of us wanted it as well. So there is a motion on the table that was made by Trustee Pachowski, seconded by Trustee Lichtel. Student trustee, how do you vote? Aye. Trustees, all in favor say aye. Any opposed? Okay, motion passes. And with this, we move to 10.09. Trustee Pachowski.
Yeah, with 10.09, I guess I'm just really trying to understand, as I am with all of these, because the fact of the matter is that we have a fiduciary responsibility as a board to know what's going on financially. I don't think a day doesn't seem to go by lately where we don't hear about wild spending going on in Washington. And so in this case, I just want to understand where we're moving money from and where it's being moved to. The worksheet that we were given didn't accompany that, and I'm not really getting an answer or understanding the answer that was provided.
So on 10.9, you're referring to the budget transfers and amendments. The line items to make up those budget transfer and amendments can be anywhere from 700 to several thousand lines. So what this report does is it is a roll-up by category of the budget transfers. So that's why we don't list out all 1,000 or 1,500 lines, because then you'd have to read them all and categorize them. So we're categorizing them for you in this particular report that you were seeing. But if you'd like to see all of the individual line items,
that's okay.
Yeah, that would be, we feel that would be not as useful as having the report that consolidates it and puts it into it for you. But just as backup, the budget amendment adjustments, those are based on new funding and internal changes in between the funds, and any of the transfers also between funds don't result in any change to the budgeted amount. So if you look at that by categories, we're showing you that. On the first one are the amendments, I believe. Let me take a look at what that looks like. Hold on. So just so I have it correct for you. Yeah, the first page is the budget amendments, and the second one are the transfers. Transfers are interfund transfers. They don't change the amounts. The amendments can be a result of the district receiving a new grant or the district receiving allocating money from one resource to another. So it's all within the details that we're trying to roll up by category for you on that report.
See, on the bottom of page 1, it indicates net increase in expenditures, and I'm not sure that, the numbers are kind of totaling out. Right below that, it says net increase in revenues. So it's not clear which items necessarily, with the exception, the one that says, with the ones that specifically say revenue. It would be more helpful if we had this kind of split out revenue, expenses split separately so that it's easily, we can look at it, we can say, that all adds up.
I'm going to call our budget director up. Darn it, I didn't want to have to do that. Just to make sure that I understand and that Richard can provide this.
Hello? Okay. So Trustee Pachowski, so to answer your question, the first page, it's a little difficult to see which ones are the revenues and which ones are expenses.
Right.
We can certainly, now all of the revenue lines that you see, if you add those up, will add to the bottom, but we can certainly make it a little bit easier to see and understand
what I'm
more
asking for.
digestible. We can certainly do that for you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hullum.
Barring any other questions, I move to approve.
Okay, so Trustee Pichowski makes a motion to approve 10.09. Is there a second? Seconded by Trustee Mantooth. Student trustee, how do you vote?
Aye.
Trustees, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion passes. With this, we move on now to 10.10. Trustee Pichowski.
10.10, I basically really just had one question. With 10.10, both Moore Park and Ventura colleges appear to be using the money in question. They specifically say towards mental health services for students. And with Oxnard College, the explanation is enhancing student success and strengthening access to educational opportunities. That didn't sound like the same kind of thing. It didn't sound like mental health services for students. And so I just kind of wanted to understand better from Oxnard College how enhancing student success and strengthening educational opportunities ends up being mental health services.
Thank you for your question.
Could I just say
Sure.
one quick thing? It's actually the other way around. It's the mental health services enhances the student success, but I know you have a better answer than fuller answer.
So to go into a little more detail, in essence, it's the same grant for all three colleges, so we're trying to meet the same goals. So we're going to pay for additional mental health specialists for 18 months to work with specialized student groups, hire an additional student worker, hold different workshops on campus, such as Mental Health 101, Safe Zone training, suicide prevention workshops. And we're also going to use a small portion of that funding to provide some furniture for the space.
Which specialized student groups?
So this is LGBTQ, undocumented students, those veterans, student veterans, those are the student groups.
Okay, trustees, any questions?
I'll make a motion.
Okay. Trustee Chancellor makes a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Trustee Mantooth. Okay. Student trustee, how do you vote?
Aye.
All in favor? Any opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
Okay. So I think I heard, but we can do a roll call vote just to make sure. I think I heard Trustee Chancellor, Trustee Mantooth, and myself, who would be supportive. And I believe nay was from Trustee Pichowski and Trustee Lichtel. But let's do a roll call vote just to
Chair
make sure.
Torres, can I?
Absolutely.
I think maybe for this item, what would be helpful is if we tabled this item and got more information about the programs, more specifics, may be helpful.
So we have already an action item that passed.
I'm sorry.
So this went forward for the vote and it already passed with a 3-2. The only reason I had asked for a roll call was just to make sure that I captured the votes correctly, but I had
fair.
captured the three
Thank
of
you.
us. but this comes up often. We receive these type of reports, so I'm thinking if you wanted to say some information, you wanted to table it because you were thinking of maybe getting some additional information, you can still share that because that'll help for additional things that come our way. If you wanted to. That would be helpful.
Chair Torres, one of my concerns with this is that the specialized student groups may be running afoul of guidance we've received from the U.S. Department of Education.
Okay. Chancellor McLennan, you wanted to say something?
Just that, I don't know if trustees have had an opportunity to read the note that I sent out to the district this afternoon. You may not have had an opportunity to
I have not.
take a look at that. We will comply with all things that we're legally required to obviously accommodate. There's a lot of things coming out of the Department of Education and at the federal level right now. It's kind of a whirlwind, a little bit of whiplash, and we expect that a lot of these items will be obviously tested in the courts. My posture as Chancellor is to continue to administer our programs and services in alignment with our mission, with our board goals, and with our values as a district as they have been, as they've evolved and developed up to this point. There may come a time, and it's quite possible, given what's happening at the federal level, that we'll need to be very specific about resolving some of the conflicts in our mission, our hopefully not our values, but maybe our values. All those things are going to be have the possibility of being called into question for us to become to make sure that we remain legally compliant with both the spirit and the intent of the law. But we're not there yet. So I don't want to, again, this is my own administrative and leadership posture. I don't want to begin acting as though something has happened that we're not required to do that comes into conflict with our present mission, vision, and values as a district. And in that regard, I believe I'm honoring the will of the board, at least as it's formally gotten us to this place today.
Chair Torres, with all
Trustee
respect to the
Petrovsky.
Chancellor, I did read the Chancellor's email today. And it's my belief, having actually read the letter from the U.S. Department of Education, that we have 14 days. And if we do not comply within 14 days, we're then betting approximately $61 million on the fact that the regulations that have been given to us are not going to stand up in court. I'm not willing to take a $61 million bet for this district.
So we can,
That's
Chancellor
far,
McLennan.
that would hurt our students far too much. I'm not willing to make a $61 million bet.
So for the board, I'm wondering if it's looking into, if this would be with legal counsel and find out what is taking place right now. I know the Office of Civil Rights just issued the letter on February 14th. And so I'm interested in just knowing, and it would be good just for the board to know, how are we going to respond? What does it mean? And something that can go out to the board. If it's something possible.
And we will do that. To monitor, we're going to rely on legal advice, expert advice. We're working with all the relevant alphabet organizations and agencies to help us navigate our way through this. One thing important about the Department of Education Dear Colleague letter is it does not constitute law at this point. It just doesn't. Neither do the executive orders necessarily out of the Oval Office. So we are monitoring this. We will continue to monitor it. My only point, and if I thought we were gambling 61 or however many $1 million by taking a different posture, you would certainly be getting a recommendation from me to do something different. But that's just not the place that we're at right now. We're going to understand, and my advice, consultation with the board will be to work on those things that either come into conflict with our current practice, that come into conflict with actual law.
Chair Torres.
Thank you, Chancellor McLennan. Trustee Pachowski, and then we'll move on to the next item.
Respectfully again, all it takes is one individual. That could be a student, that could be a faculty member, a member of the staff, a member of the public, to go to the Department of Education website, file a complaint, and say, hey, the VCCCD is not complying with the directive that we not fund any race-based programs, and we suddenly find ourselves under investigation by the U.S. Department of Education. So it's quite possible that there's somebody out there watching us on Zoom right now who turns around and files that complaint. Again, I'm not willing to bet $61 million that we're completely in the right on this.
Student trustee.
Again, by saying that I trust the chancellor and the advice, legal advice that we get in relation to this item, but I just want to bring it back to the students specifically who are receiving the mental health support from this item, that we're talking about $61 million, but at the end of the day, students rely, specifically LGBTQ plus students, undocumented students, veterans, rely on the mental health services provided by the colleges, and sometimes that's the only support that they get. And so I'm concerned that at a certain point we're valuing money over student lives. And not to take away from the points that Pachowski's making, or Trustee Pachowski's making, but again, I just want to highlight that, for example, the suicide rates in LGBTQ plus students is 41% of LGBTQ plus youth seriously considered attempting suicide in the past year, according to the ABC News in August 6th, 2024. But specifically for this item, I just want to highlight and not take away from the services that the colleges are offering, and that although there's things going on at the national level, I don't believe, in compliance with the law, I don't believe that should mean that we should not offer this support for students, if I'm making my point clear. So thank you.
Thank you, student trustee.
Chair Torres, I just want to mention that I believe this item in particular is, for lack of a better term, a rollover program that we've had for several years. Is that correct? And so one of the things I think I asked for last year, not only particularly this item, but maybe a couple others, was mentioned earlier today, and that is the efficacy of these programs and how we know that we're reaching the populations of students that are either intended and the net effect that that's having. And I know in mental health, that's a very, very difficult question to answer, obviously. But at the same time, it would be helpful to me, and the reason I'm voting no is to understand the number of students that are accessing these programs in particular, and maybe by groups, because certainly I'm very supportive of our veterans receiving services, and I'm very supportive of students who identify however they may identify, to feel supported and know that they have a safe place on their campus. But absent the data or any data, I want to make sure we're doing the best we can with the $1,039,000.
So are you asking if it's possible to have stats, like statistics, or just information of how many students are being served?
number of students that are being served and, number of students, time, frequency for those students, number of staff that we are, it does say in here that we're going to staff classified and other non-academic salaries, 285,000. Unless I'm missing it, I don't see how many individuals that's going to employ. Are those part-time, full-time employees? That sort of thing.
Okay. So now we move on to 11.01. And this is action to approve Oxnard College curriculum. Trustee Paczewski.
Yes, Chair Torres, the reason I pulled both the 11.01 and 11.02 is because of the revelation at the CCLC conference that our bylaw, our board policies specifically state that we must pass curriculum by mutual agreement. And so frankly, I don't understand why this was ever put on the consent calendar. And I will say it, I will continue to pull this off the consent calendar moving forward. Because we, as Trustee Lichtel stated last month, we are not, we should not be just rubber stamping curriculum. That said, I will move to approve 11.01.
Okay.
I'll second.
Okay, so moved by Trustee Paczewski, seconded by Trustee Lichtel. Student trustee, how do you vote? Trustees, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion passes. Was that for both, or, well, actually, we just did one, so 11.02. 11.02, Trustee Paczewski.
I have one question, and it's in regard to kinesiology V89. I'd like to know how exactly this course is defining a woman.
And it's the last question.
Okay. Chancellor McClellan, who will speak on this
Is
item?
that the women in sport?
Yes.
It is.
And what's your question?
How is this course defining a woman?
Dr. Laredo Habib, do you have an answer to that question?
I'm not sure I have an answer for your question. I don't know that it's relevant even because this is a history class on women in sports and is basically an analysis of what has taken place over the history in sports. So, and it can be taken by anybody. Anyone can take this
I
class.
understand that, but I want to know how the class is defining a woman. Is it defining a woman as someone who is born biologically female? Or is it taking other things into consideration like gender identity? Does it include men who identify as women?
I don't know if that is relevant for the course.
It's relevant as to how I decide to vote.
I don't have an answer for you.
Okay, so, thank you. So I don't believe, so I think at this point, there isn't a response, to your question.
I move the table.
So we have here with us, we have an entire curriculum. We have,
I'm sorry, let me clarify then. I move the table kinesiology V89, and I move to approve the remainder of the curriculum.
so we have, so to table, we would need to have a discussion with the trustees to see if this is something that we would be interested in tabling. So speak a little bit more, Trustee Paczewski, to the trustees as why you would like to table specifically this course. And then we have a discussion as trustees and decide what the majority of the board would like to do. And sometimes it's a discussion. And so,
I'd like to just simply, I'd like to get an answer to the question. I think it's a fair question. It's a very relevant question in terms of what's going on in our nation, both here in California as well as throughout the country.
So there's a motion from trustee Pachowski to table women in sport from Ventura College, which is Kin V89. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, so it's seconded by trustee Lichtel. Discussion.
With all due respect, trustee Pachowski, I would be inclined to vote against your motion simply because, as I understand this course, it's a history course. And as part of history of women in sports, names may come up in the curriculum like Renee Richards. It's history. It's part of life experience. And it is not my opinion that there will be any overemphasis on transgender, but it nonetheless is part of the recent history of women's sports. I don't know for sure whether it's in the curriculum, but I don't have a problem with it.
Okay, any further discussion? Did you want to say something, student trustee?
I just want to echo the concerns of Dr. Larita Habib on the relevancy of the question of how is this course defining a woman? Because I think that regardless of that definition, this class is incredibly important. And I think that over this definition, I don't think it's worth not offering the class because specifically as a woman in sports, specifically soccer, sometimes you don't get a chance to learn about women's history in general education. And I personally and respectfully will vote against tabling this because I just think that the course is extremely valuable and the definition may not be relevant as it is a history class again. Thank you.
Thank you, student trustee. So we have a motion on the table to table women in sport course from Ventura College. The motion was made by trustee Pachowski, seconded by trustee Lichtel. Roll call vote. The table. Yes.
Aye.
Aye.
No. Motion fails. Okay. So now we have an action to approve the Ventura College curriculum. Is there a motion on the table?
So moved.
Okay. Okay. So moved by trustee Lichtel, seconded by trustee Mantooth. Student trustee, how do you vote? Trustees, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
Okay. So for the minutes, all trustees are in favor with the exception of trustee Pachowski. He voted.
With the clarification that I do believe women in sport is important, but I want to make sure that this course is going to focus on actual women.
Thank you, trustee Pachowski. Okay. So 12.03. Yeah, you wanted to make a comment?
Yeah,
Okay.
just out of respect for my colleagues, can we get the full course description? Because I know we have a synopsis here. Can we get the full course description emailed to us? That's fair.
And can I add to that?
Absolutely.
I assume these courses eventually, if not already, are going to live online somewhere as not just a course description, but maybe a course of study, a curriculum. Yes?
This is the course that I was talking about that is
Mm.
part of that associate degree that's in process of being developed right now. And it's mirroring another course that is already developed about sports, men in sports. And so it's
And
on that trajectory.
And the men in sports course is something we're teaching already?
I do not know if we're teaching it already,
Okay.
but I do know it's developed.
And that's modeled from the UC or Cal State model curriculum?
Let me see, I'm looking, I don't know if this is a transfer degree, so it's not necessarily having to meet all the transfer requirements.
Okay.
It
Thank
does
you.
say that it is transferable to CSU only.
Okay, Cal State's own. Okay. Thank you for that.
Thank you. 12.03, Trustee Chancellor.
And then very briefly, this came up in our admin services, and my only concern with this item at admin services, I should probably mentioned it there, but the concerns are still there, is we don't currently have a public seniority list that goes out. I know it's been publicly requested numerous times. The update we got, and I don't want to put words in the staff's, but it's coming, right? In the next, okay. Okay, so I just wanted to acknowledge that because that seniority list is really important. I know to certain individuals, but and also to me as a trustee, I think it's a helpful tool to have. And so with that, I should have just mentioned it in comment. Sorry to waste anyone's time, but I will move to approve this item.
Okay, second. We have a motion on the table to approve.
Second.
Okay, thank you, Trustee Lichto. Student trustee, how do you vote? Trustees, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion passes. Thank you. I have a request to please take a 5-minute recess. So we will take a 5-minute break. We are ready to reconvene from our 5-minute recess. So we have our board policies. And I believe these board policies were reviewed through our standing committees. And I believe from our standing committees, the recommendation was made to moving forward to the board. But we have 13.01.
Second.
Okay.
Student trustees not here at the moment.
Me.
So we just realized our student trustee isn't here. So
Stay down the hallway.
I had just seen her. She was coming down the hallway with me. I wonder if she's probably grabbing something to eat.
Maybe.
Okay. That's okay. So student trustee Whalen, what we have, we just started, so you really didn't miss much. So we were looking over our board policies under 13. And so what was mentioned was that these policies went through our standing committees and they were moved forward to come for approval to the full board with recommendation from the 2 board members that sit in the committees. And so trustee Mantooth made a motion to approve board policies 13.01 all the way to 13.05, and that was seconded by trustee Petowski. And we were getting ready to take the vote, and we realized our student trustee isn't here to give us her advisory vote. But you can take a look at the policies before you do so.
I've had a look at the
Okay.
policy. Although I apologize for taking a bit longer. I was getting a little food in the next room, so.
Okay, so we have all trustees, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, policies pass. There are no items under 14.01. And so we now go to business administrative services. And we have 15.01.
Chair Torres. Second.
Okay. So we have action to approve the non-resident tuition rate. It was moved by trustee Mantooth, seconded by trustee Lichtel. Student trustee, how do you vote? Trustees, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion passes. We have 15.02, action to approve notice of exemption for the alternate location of the Ventura College on-campus student housing project.
Move to approve as provided.
I'll second that, but I have a question.
Okay, so motion made by trustee Lichtel, seconded by trustee Mantooth. Open for discussion and questions.
I'm just curious, this action is to approve a notice of exemption for the alternate location. So with the original location, was there a CEQA notice of exemption or a negative declaration? How far in the process did we have to go?
Thank you. I'm going to call James up, but I believe that there was a CEQA notice of exemption on the original location, but let me verify.
We're getting somebody up here right now.
Thank you.
Good evening. Yes, we did have the CEQA exemption on the original site, and since we're moving the building down, we just need to do the same for that location as well.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, any further questions? Trustee Chancellor?
This came up in admin services. I just want to make sure in the action item that we're approving, there's 2 potential new sites, correct? But are we still most likely on the further one?
The site we're working with is going to be it's the parking lot, down on Telegraph. So we're not looking at the location up above on Loma Vista.
Okay, and if in the exceptional chance that they will look at the alternative location by the TLC, it'll come back to the board first.
Yeah, but we're pretty far down the path on this other location.
Great. Thank you.
Okay. So if there's no further discussions or questions, I'm going to ask for the vote. Student trustee, how do you vote? Trustees, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion passes. It was made by trustee Lichto and seconded by trustee Mantuz. You're welcome. And we move on to 15.03.
Chair Torres, I move that we approve 15.03 as provided.
Second.
Okay, motion made by trustee Lichto, seconded by trustee Pacheski. Discussion?
Yes.
Trustee Chancellor.
This item also came up in admin services. I had some concerns and was not in approval or in support of this item at that point. The existing cell phone tower, if we're gonna call it that, fake palm tree, is in direct view of our proposed alternative site for the VC housing project. What I brought up at the admin services meeting was, if I were going to live in dorms, and I don't know the exact foot or feet measurement, but I wouldn't want to look at, A, aesthetically look at the cell phone tower, and B, there is some concern about the dangers of living near these towers and what that can do to one's health. So whether you believe in that or not, I think the majority of people, if they had a choice to live near a cell phone tower, they would say, no, I would prefer not to. So
Chair
that's my
Torres,
concerns.
Trustee Lichto.
I assume, and maybe I'm wrong, that there are regulations related to the distance from a cell tower to either a residential or where people typically congregate. And I assume that we are going to meet that regulation if that exists.
The cell tower placement is regulated by the FCC. In its current location, it is meeting those regulations. I have to be transparent and say I have not looked at the 100 meters, whether that is within that or not. So that's something that we'll have to verify because it's about 100 meters from the proposed housing, the new proposed housing.
Man.
100 meters.
Chancellor McLennan.
I don't know the exact specifications either. However, I would be exceedingly surprised if this isn't a very regulated and determined permitting process to get it located where it's currently located. And I would imagine that that same scrutiny would come in relation to the residence hall construction that's going to be occurring.
Right. When we get to
But
that.
we can certainly check on that.
Chair Torres.
Trustee Pacheski.
I have a question. The towers in question, are they 4G, 5G? What's the technology on the towers?
They're 5G, aren't they?
I didn't see anything on here.
I don't have that specification.
So I'm wondering, as I'm listening to the trustees ask questions, and it seems like making this decision, at least for myself, just having the specifics, and it just seems that it's information that they just need to go look for that information and present it to us. I know that there's a motion on the table and a seconded for approval, but is this something that we can revisit, and can it come back to us with that specific, like knowing we can? But there's a motion on the table and it was seconded, so we would need to have the trustees who made the motion and seconded. Oh, trustee McLennan. I mean, sorry.
I just want to be clear to make sure,
Chancellor McLennan.
make sure we get the board the information that the board wants. One would be any data around safety, I guess, anything that we know about that. And the other would be in terms of distance to residential facilities or other populated. Yeah, we'll look into
You
that.
said you wanted to know if there were 5G.
Yeah, I want to know the
It was the
technology.
Technology also.
The reason I'm asking, Chair Torres, is simply because I know that with the 5G technology, they tend to be getting placed a whole lot closer to homes in our cities. So, I mean, you know, that's something that's come up. I've seen that come up at city councils before.
Okay.
So I was just curious as far as what type of technology is best.
Okay. And staff, you're taking notes of the request of the trustees. So as the information is being presented to us, you have everything that's needed.
Chair.
So trustee Chancellor.
Yeah, I just, I don't want any surprises because I appreciate staff's willingness to provide more information and data for that matter, but this is a choice. This isn't something that as an institution is directly going to serve our students. Maybe if they happen to have the company of the carrier, they might get better coverage. But this is a choice for us, just as a billboard question came up to say, well, we're going to now, I know that's not what we're voting on, but we're going to place a billboard to make a little extra money, place that here. There are other places these towers can be placed. And as a higher ed institution, is that our purpose, is to place cell phone towers on our campus to make some money? And if it is, if that's something that we want to prioritize and do, so be it. But I'm not in support of that. So even if the data comes back that it's completely safe and it's not, they survey students and they say, yeah, we don't mind looking out our dorm or resident hall building and looking at a cell phone tower, a big palm tree. I still feel that it's not the purpose, that doesn't align with our mission of a higher ed institution of doing that. So I don't want to disappoint if data comes back and efforts are placed, and I still vote no. So that's all I'm saying.
I appreciate that comment, Trustee Chancellor. I know for myself, I'd like just a little bit more time to really look into this and consider it. And information is helpful to me also as I'm looking into making decisions. And so for myself, it would be helpful for me. But we do have a motion and a second to approve this tonight, or you can also decide to
I'll withdraw my motion.
To withdraw your motion.
Make a motion to table.
I'll
Okay.
second the motion table.
Thank you. So we have a withdraw of the motion, Trustee Lichtel, and also making a motion to table this item, and is seconded by Trustee Lichtel. I'm sorry, by Trustee Pachowski. And so because we do have a motion to table, we do need to take a vote. So student trustee, how do you vote? Trustees, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, so we will be tabling this item to come back to us at one of our next board meetings.
Thank you.
And so now we have a public hearing, and this is the initial proposal to the Ventura County Community College District from the Ventura County Federation of College Teachers, AFT Local 1828. And so this public hearing provides an opportunity for members of the public to comment on the initial proposal in accordance with collective bargaining requirements. This hearing ensures transparency in the negotiation process and allows the community to provide input before formal negotiations begin. At this time, I invite any members of the public who wish to comment on this item to come forward. Okay, seeing that there are no members, I am closing this public hearing. 16.02, we have an action item to accept the initial proposal to the Ventura County Community College District from the Ventura County Federation of College Teachers, AFT Local 1828. Okay, motion made by Trustee Mantooth,
Second.
second by Trustee Lichtel. Student trustee, how do you vote? Trustees, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion passes. 16.03, public hearing. This is a public hearing for the Ventura County Community College District's initial proposal to the Ventura County Federation of College Teachers, AFT Local 1828. This public hearing is an opportunity for members of the public to provide comments on the district's initial proposal. In accordance with collective bargaining requirements, this hearing ensures transparency in the negotiation process and allows for public input before formal negotiation begins. At this time, I invite any members of the public who wish to make a comment on this item to please come forward. Seeing that there are no members of the public making a comment, we are closing this public hearing. And we have 16.04, Action to adopt Ventura County Community College District's initial proposal to the Ventura County Federation of College Teachers, AFT Local 1828.
Chair Torres,
Mhm.
move to approve as provided.
Okay, moved by trustee Lichtel, seconded by trustee Paczewski. Student trustee, how do you vote? Trustees, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion passes.
Chair Torres,
Trustee Lichtel.
I'd like to move that we combine items 16.05 and 16.06 and consider those two items together in our procedure.
Okay. So I have a motion to combine 16.05, which is the action to approve tenure track of second contract recommendations for listed faculty on first contract status, and also 16.06, action to approve tenure track on third contract recommendation for listed faculty on second contract. And this was moved by trustee Lichtel, seconded by trustee Mantooth. Student trustee, how do you vote? Trustees, how do you vote? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, thank you. Motion passes. 16.08.
Chair Torres,
Yes.
based on the recommendation of the college president and the chancellor, I move that the board take no action on this item.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion on the table to not take action on this item. Per the chancellor's recommendation, motion made by trustee Lichtel, seconded by trustee Paczewski. Discussion? Okay, student trustee, how do you vote? Trustees, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Okay, motion passes. The motion was made by trustee Lichtel and seconded by trustee Paczewski. You're welcome.
Second.
Okay, thank you. So we have a motion to approve item 17.01 to 17.03. Motion made by trustee Mantu, seconded by trustee Paczewski. Discussion? Okay. Student trustee, how do you vote? Trustees, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Okay, motion passes. Chancellor's report 18.01.
Thank you, Chair Torres. I'll make this brief. I just want to say thank you to the trustees who attended the CCLC Trustees Conference in Sacramento earlier this month, and also joined Dr. Putnam and I in Washington, D.C. for the ACCT National Legislative Summit. I think both those one more of a conference, one more of an interaction with our local and also some figures on the national stage, representatives in Washington, D.C. A great opportunity for trustees to do their own professional development, trustees. And I also want to thank our student trustee for joining us in those events as well. She learned a lot about legislation. She also learned a lot about travel nightmares and and other things as well. But overall, we were represented well in DC. I don't know what the number was, but I think we had over 300 California delegates on Capitol Hill last Tuesday, making the case for California community colleges and did so quite well. I also talked a little bit about the executive orders and also the Dear Colleague letter. I will be providing regular updates to the board on what's developing in that arena as you've requested. Just for the record, I had it in my notes before it was requested, and we'll be doing that on a regular basis. There's a lot of things that are moving around right now, and we are most certainly paying attention to them. And I want to mention the Regional Defense Partnership Committee. For those of you who aren't aware of that group, it's a Ventura County committee made up of local community leaders elected supervisors and from the various cities as well. Its mission or its purpose is to support and advocate for Navy-based Ventura County. It's been in existence for well over 20 years. It evolved as a result of the base realignment process, which was seeking to consolidate bases. And Ventura County fared very well in not losing its bases and actually strengthening them. That group continues to advocate in Washington, D.C. this time of year, just like the community colleges were a week or so ago. And we've been active participants in that group. We are actually part of the agenda for reporting purposes. Last week, no, 2 weeks ago, we actually presented, the community colleges of Ventura County presented to the group of about 50 or so folks about the incredible work that's happened over the last 2 years at all three of our colleges. And I want to mention that it is all three of our colleges. All three presidents joined me for that presentation. And we had more questions than any other presentation I've been a part of in the last 2 years. There's a lot of excitement about the relationship that we're developing with the Navy. 20,000 civilian employees, largest employer in Ventura County. And, you know, a couple of years ago, we talked about what we were going to be trying to do with the Navy. It was a lot of fun to go back 2 years later and show them what we've been doing and telegraph what's yet to come. And so it's just a really great relationship, and all three colleges are doing phenomenal work in that space. I want to congratulate all the tenure recipients. It's one of my favorite days of the year. My two favorite are the first day of class and the last day of class, but tenure's right squeezed in the middle there for all the good things that come out of that. And then the last thing I just want to mention, and I'm not bringing this up in a way to create more conflict. I just want to be clear that I've heard the term, and I'd say this with all due respect, rubber stamp used a couple times over the last two board meetings, in particular relative to curriculum approval. And it's also been mentioned that we are not a rely predominantly, we are a mutual agreement district in terms of our relationship with our academic senate. And, you know, you've heard now over two board meetings, some pretty extensive commentary and explanations about the effort, the scope of developing curriculum and all that's involved with that. I just want to make sure that when we're talking about a consent item agenda, what I hope you're seeing through those explanations from our faculty senate leaders in particular is that there's we've used the term expertise, the experts in the curriculum, but also the process management that is, it's honest, it's open, it's accessible, all those things, that it gives you a little bit of a glimpse into all of the machinations and hard work that goes into putting these items on the consent agenda. The consent agenda exists in part because of the confidence all of that work is hopefully instilling for the public and for the board, that work is being well managed. It's by no means ever intended to be a rubber stamp. And I just want to, so I want to say that. And then the mutual agreement piece that I actually prompted the discussion at the league conference because I really wanted the room to have this discussion. Mutual agreement, what it essentially means is if something comes to the board from the academic senate and the board does not want to approve it, it dies unless we can go back and come to some other resolution at a future time. And so it really does put all the authority, really actually should cause both sides of these conversations to be very responsible in their deliberations and their consideration of the items that are being brought to the board. But by no means is it ever intended to be a rubber stamp. when it becomes part of a consent agenda. That concludes my report.
Thank you, Chancellor. Student trustee report.
Chancellor, trustees, staff, and faculty here today. I want to congratulate the tenure faculty who were celebrated today. And I also want to begin my report by highlighting that February is Black History Month. I understand that the current strikes on DEI impact celebrations and the ability to honor Black history. However, I want to reaffirm the support and pride I have for the celebration of Black history, which is also American history. Regardless of what is going on at the national level, it is incredibly important to be united as a community to support and celebrate the students we represent and serve. With that being said, I will move on to my next item, which we had a public comment today, the very first public comment. I want to carry on. So there's a 3-minute time, which in my opinion is not enough. I do love to talk, so maybe that is just me. But I want to continue her public comment because I think it is incredibly relevant and important to hear from students. You know, I am a student, but when there's another student in the room, I know it's not just appreciated by you all here, but I find myself appreciating it too, because sometimes I'm the only student in the room. But with that being said, I will pick up where she left off. All in all, I would like to restate that understanding the role of trustees includes knowing that they are there to serve and keep in mind that students come first, especially in our very diverse college district. Thank you for your time, and I hope my voice is heard. So thank you for your comment. I just want to highlight how important the student voice is beyond just my voice on the board. And moving on, in the past month, I had the privilege of attending and participating in an immigrants' rights protest in Oxnard. In all, me and my lovely friend, who happens to be in the room today, walked over 18,000 steps, or around 8.5 miles, for immigrant rights and for families to stay united. And I want to highlight that to use your voice and to be able to use your voice to stand for others, especially when they may not be able to stand for themselves, is a privilege. And I implore everyone in the room to, and beyond this room, to recognize their privileges, whatever they may be, and use them to help others. My next item, I want to highlight that Delta Alpha Pi inductions ceremony went wonderfully. We had around 14 new members inducted. And I also want to thank Moorpark College's Dean Melendez and Vice President of Academic Affairs, Dr. Forbes, for speaking at the induction and for being unwavering advocates and supporters of students with disabilities. And most recently, I traveled to DC for ACCT's National Legislative Summit. After I adjusted to the time difference, I attended the Student Trustee Advisory Committee meeting held by ACCT. There's a lot of stack acronyms that are used, but this one is the national level, not just the state level in California. So I attended that meeting and workshop where we had guests from the Office of Talent and Development speak. I was incredibly inspired and gained a lot of insight because they presented mainly on internship opportunities and resources within the House committees, and etc. And then in DC, I also had the privilege of meeting with members of Congress on Capitol Hill. We first met with a staffer in Julia Brownlee's office and then met with Congressman Carbajal. I asked both about their efforts to continue to support disability rights. And specifically, I asked Congressman Carbajal what advice he would give to me as a community leader in a community where we serve undocumented students and are concerned over the presence of ICE. And he said that the most important thing is to know your rights. So here with me today, I have a couple red cards that state your constitutional rights. Very briefly, I'm going to go over it with the hope that you all here can maybe share these constitutional rights for those that may not know or may need it. So first is do not open the door if an immigration agent is knocking at the door. Do not answer any questions from an immigration agent if they try to talk to you. You have the right to remain silent. Do not sign anything without first speaking to a lawyer. You have the right to speak with a lawyer. If you are outside of your home, ask the agent if you are free to leave, and if they say yes, leave calmly. And give this card to the agent if you are inside of your home. Show the card through the window or slide it through the door. And the backside just summarizes the person in possession of the card declines to speak, answer questions, or sign or hand any documents to the ICE officer. And it also states what amendments the person is exercising in this process. So again, I hope that those listening are able to share this as a resource. And if anyone needs extra, I have a couple that I'd love to hand out. And additionally, the last major event I attended in DC was a congressional forum on Capitol Hill, where I had the chance to listen to Senator Padilla and Senator Schiff speak on relevant events and items that affect community colleges. I found the summit incredibly inspiring and gained a lot of insight from it. And as you may have heard, I did experience a travel nightmare. I unexpectedly stayed another night in DC involuntarily. It was not let on my plane, but due to weight restriction, but I will not go into detail on that. But anyway, I do want to thank Dr. Putnam and Ms. Pistos, who, despite not being, around me, Dr. Putnam in Tennessee, and then Ms. Pistos all the way in California, answered my call right away and were able to help me. And so thank you very much. I would have been stranded in DC without you. But I'm a strong believer in everything happens for a reason. And so the Congressional Forum, I was not able to speak with the senators personally or introduce myself, but on my return flight that I was actually let onto, Senator Padilla was also on my flight. And I had the chance to one-on-one introduce myself, the district that I represent, and have a very brief conversation with him about the summit and potential future of where I want to go and where I want to continue. So I experienced a lot and took a lot from this summit, and that concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you, student trustee. Trustee Chancellor. I usually start this way. Next time I can start this way.
Okay, couple things. One is also to piggyback off DC, couple highlights from that. One was in Congressman Carval's office. One of the questions that came up from us trustees was those community projects, formerly known as earmarks, that we could receive direct funding for projects. And even with the current leadership in DC, Congressman Carvajal said, please make sure to have your community project list formulated or created and prioritize. So, that will come up later. I'll just piggyback on these two items, my request for future report items. Hoping at our next meeting, if we can, the board can receive a list of community projects that we requesting at the congressional level. We may not ever receive them, but at least we'll be able to submit those and have a chance. I also submitted, I believe on February 5th, a request for an outside audit of the solar panel situation at Ventura College. I believe we're at around, we're at year 5 of having solar panels at Ventura College, but still not producing electricity. In other words, they're not hooked up. So I didn't see that item in today's agenda. And I don't know if as a board we have to vote on it, but I'm formally putting in the notes or for the record that I would like that item to be in our next agenda or our next board meeting. A Santa Paula community update on some of the commitments that we've made or ideas that we shared when we last met in Santa Paula. And I really enjoyed the foundation event and Ventura College, the partnership with the Gibbs grand opening. And it's great to hear about the expanded hours specifically for counseling and other services on Fridays. Going back to the CCLC conference, one of the items they mentioned, I believe it was the president at Glendale College, he said it's really important to monitor monthly enrollment at the board level. He said, he was very direct, he said, as a board, you should be receiving monthly enrollment updates and tracking that information, as that is one of our major sources of funding. And and a highlight, I think it's very appropriate to say it tonight. One of my favorite moments from DC was also in Congressman Carvajal's office. And the chancellor was speaking about his role as chancellor and at the board level. And Trustee Pachowski mentioned how the diversity of our board. And that's when our chancellor chimed in and said, you know, one of the voices that we have on our board is our student trustee. And some of the most poignant or I guess not appropriate's not the right word, but just well thought out and direct comments comes from our student or trustee Whalen. So I just would like to echo that. And I definitely remember that. And it's made very clear tonight. So thank you. That's my report.
Thank you, Chancellor. Trustee Mantooth.
A little more brief. So many good notes, so many good things and pertinent things have been said. Only to say, I too was at the summit in Washington, D.C., and we do indeed live in interesting times, and they will be. I also am looking forward to the in-person strategic planning forum, I believe at Condor Hall. Is that tomorrow or Thursday? Thursday. Yeah. And that's all I have for now.
Thank you, Trustee Mantooth. Trustee Pachowski.
Thank you, Chair Torres. I too want to congratulate our newly tenured faculty. Congratulations, job well done on that. On Wednesday, January 22nd, I attended the CME Chamber Government Affairs meeting. I was able to let the chamber members know what's going on with the district and how we're very much focused on two things: workforce development and dual enrollment. The next day, Sinaloa Middle School in Simi Valley held the grand opening for the Ronald Reagan Academy of Communication and Leadership. And I got into a conversation with the principal for the middle school there. And just 2 days before, we had talked about expanding dual enrollment to the middle school level. And lo and behold, I had a middle school principal, without talking about middle school dual enrollment, he turned around and said, I've got some 8th graders who would jump at the chance. And so I made sure I grabbed his card and forwarded that information over to the chancellor. Hopefully that's made its way through to the right people. That weekend I did attend the CCLC conference in Sacramento. There was a lot of good, a lot of good learning that occurred at that. I have to admit, I was a little bit disappointed because they should have been presenting both sides, and they weren't. It was very slanted to a particular point of view. And I know that there were other trustees from other districts who were equally disappointed with that. I attended the grand opening of the Gibbs Diesel Center at Ventura College on the 29th. That was a wonderful event. I was actually happy to finally get to one of our 3 campuses. And so that was good to get over there, and I'm looking forward to getting back over to Ventura College tomorrow morning. On February 3rd, I had a meeting. I actually had 2 meetings. I had one with our leadership from the American Federation of Teachers. It was just a get to know you session to see just kind of see where we had some common ground. And I followed that with the Ventura County School Board Association meeting. Trustee Mantooth was there with us as well. So was Chair Torres. We had the past committee meeting on the 5th, as well as a Moore Park Chamber Government Affairs meeting there. Last week, I was fortunate to attend the ACCT National Leadership Summit, and it was quite a different. It stood in stark contrast to the CCLC conference. ACCT did what they were supposed to do. They presented both sides. And for anyone in the room who may be a Raider fan, the conference closed with Congressman Burgess Owens from Utah. Congressman Owens played safety for the Raiders on the Super Bowl winning team back in 1980 when they were the Los Angeles Raiders. So I was actually able to get a few items signed at that breakfast. But we had some great meetings there, as student trustee Whalen and several others have talked about, with our congressional representatives. We've got some really good pictures. It snowed while we were there. When we went from Congressman Carbajal's office to back over to the Capitol to the briefing with the 2 senators, we were fortunate. We were able to take the tunnels. But afterwards, the tunnels were closed. So we ended up, I know I ended up having to go walk out in the snow, and I hadn't done that in quite some time. So that was kind of fun in a weird kind of way. Today, I did tune in at least briefly for the league, for the Community College League's monthly government relations webinar as well. And so, like I say, I'm looking forward to the next couple of days with the strategic planning forums, and so I will see everyone there. I want to reiterate what Trustee Chancellor mentioned about the solar panels. I know I specifically asked last month that we get some information about that. I really want to see that on the future agenda. But there's a couple other things I think I'll mention when we get to that later. That's my report.
Thank you, Trustee Pachowski. Trustee Lichtel.
Yeah, want to begin by saying thank you for the birthday wishes and this wonderful cake that I'll be auctioning at the end of the meeting. I'm not kidding. Would you like it? We have a winner right here. It's all yours. All right. You know, we congratulated the tenure individuals that were acknowledged for tenure, and I think that's obviously very important. But you know, it's a good time also to recognize the great work that happens across the district. So thank you to all of our employees that work so very hard to make it happen. I also wanted to mention under 17.01 through 03, and that is the college follow-up reports. I appreciated as I went through the report, because it's one report kind of duplicated for each of the schools, more or less, the idea that the board is making progress towards the mandated item that we are addressing and recommendations that we are addressing, that the board has put a lot of time into moving forward and in conducting business in a way that better emulates the requirements, while at the same time acknowledging that healthy and vigorous conversation is part of the academy. I've heard that word used quite a few times, and should be welcomed and should be handled respectfully. And I will tell you that if I've not done that. I'll apologize for that. I don't recall a time when I haven't, but certainly ask the same. And I think that's always been the case. But I think the dialogue, as I said last meeting, is extremely important. And when we start talking about these issues, then I think we've lost. So we don't all agree. I think somebody said that earlier today, but we can have respectful dialogue. I also want to say one last thing. I want to say thank you to Chair Torres for running a very efficient meeting.
Thank you, Trustee Lichtel. I want to thank the board and the district staff in taking the time to understand the other. The academic senate is coming very prepared with especially curriculum and being so attentive to the conversations from last month and being very prepared that I believe that there was one item that Trustee Pachowski felt very comfortable in being able to support. And so as we celebrate diversity, the diversity of thought, of dialogue, of being able to see different perspectives and seeking to understand the other. And so I appreciate the trustees to ask questions, and I encourage you to continue. So we seek to understand each other and look at the best in one another. And it's really just seeking and trying to understand. So I appreciate the work that we really together as a district really do come together to really stand for those values that define our mission and who we are as a district in Ventura County. So I also went to the CCLC conference, and I had an opportunity to spend time with some of our colleagues. And there was some areas that were really informative. I did the board chair workshop, and it was run by somebody I knew. And so there was some new information, but I found myself actually being able to share information with other board chairs. You know, sometimes we might question, do I know enough? And so I went to this workshop with the assumption that I was going to gain a lot of information I didn't know. And I came back discovering I actually was able to provide insight to other new board chairs of what they can do as we come together to lead our district. And it goes to show the wonderful work that we've done already as a board. So as a trustee, everything we've been doing has been preparation for chairship for me this year, and then for our next trustee that will be chair for the following year to come. And so we come together as a team, we support each other. And I have to say that I've really appreciated the entire board within our meetings. It's great to have you, Trustee Matthews, for this meeting. We missed you last month, but we know you had plans, and we did go out of our regular schedule that we typically have our meetings. I appreciate the staff working really hard to be able to get information. And I know this month was the exception. And so Trustee Pachowski, the goal is to have information to you as soon as possible, so we don't come to the meetings and then have to have responses. So that was the exception from, and what I heard from, Chancellor McLennan. And so, but thank you, because you did exactly like what we are asked to do. As soon as we have the information to send those questions, and you sent them since Thursday, February 13th. And so thank you for that. So I just want to say I hope everybody had a wonderful Valentine's with their family. And I say it, and I say it all the time, because the work that we do, the work of social justice, it's really work of love. It's work of us coming together and seeking to understand and each other. So I know we have requests for future items, and there's some already that I've listed, but I do want to go ahead and go with each single trustee to see if there's anything that they'd like to request. I know from our last meeting, we do have, and we met with the Chancellor, and we, as a board, agreed that we wanted to have study sessions, whether it was a separate study session, whether it was something that was going to be included in our board meetings, budget development, PLA, sustainability, Santa Paula, just to get just an update. And so that's what we have. And I heard from Trustee Chancellor that you went to the CCLC conference, and you're looking into perhaps including monthly enrollment updates, list of community projects, outside audit for solar panels. And I'm going to start with you if there's anything else that you were requesting. So okay, thank you, Trustee Mantooth. Okay. Okay, thank you, Trustee Mantooth. Trustee Pachowski?
I just want to reiterate the one that I had from last month. I really do want us to to explore the possibility of completely going solar on our campuses to avoid power interruptions due to public safety power shutoffs. I also think that given the tight 14-day window provided by the Department of Education, that we need to strongly consider either a special or an emergency meeting to discuss that letter.
Okay. Thank you. Trustee Lichtel?
You're referring to the Dear Colleague letter
Yes,
that
I
was
am.
issued, which I haven't seen, but maybe it could be forwarded. Or was it already?
I can send you a copy.
Did you? You'll send it to us. Okay, thank you. I'm not going to add any items, but I do want us to, we're putting a lot out there, and I think that's great because we want to be involved and we want to make sure things are running, but we really need to prioritize these things, because if we throw a bunch of stuff on the wall and just hope that something sticks, we're going to lose sight of what we're really trying to do. So I would encourage us as a board to prioritize these items. There was 3 mentioned today that probably could include 2 or 3 study sessions. And if we do that, not only to ourselves, but more importantly to the people actually doing the work, I think we're going to bog ourselves down and really lose on the most important thing. Very famous quote: keep the main thing the main thing. And even though these things are important, I don't know that they're the main thing.
Student trustee? Yeah, okay. So the agreements that we did have as a board, and part of it as we come to a board is we decide as a board what are the things that are priority for us. And so we did come to a consensus to have PLA, budget development, Santa Paula, just to get an update, sustainability. And so we did receive from trustee Chancellor outside audit for the solar panel, with goes in line with just what you were saying as well, Trustee Pachowski, just wanting more information regarding our solars. So those are the ones that there is, well, we haven't talked about the outside audit for solar panels, and that's a discussion that we can prioritize them right now if we want to add additional things to as a board. Or we can have that at another time.
I would say that there's a couple items on there that we could remove based on relevance at this point where we are. But, I think that takes some thoughtful conversations on our end. I know the PLA conversation came up as part of the bond issue. I don't know that it's as relevant as it would have been, for one, which opens up some time for us to handle some of these things. So I hate to be the pragmatist in the room, but if we really want to be effective and do these things, I think we really do need to prioritize and say, what are the issues that demand our attention now in order for us to continue to move the district forward? And I don't know that all of those are the most important pressing issues. I like the attendance piece, for example, and I think that's very doable. I think that's probably some number crunching that could be provided to us. Right. So is that provided to us? So it's just adding 5 people's names on the email and we got our information. I think that's great. But again, I think we want to prioritize these things. Sorry, Chancellor.
Yes, Chancellor McLennan.
We will not add 5 names to the email. We will send a special email to the board. One of the things that we've talked about, and we're super close, and that's a rolling board calendar that's going to help us prioritize exactly what we're talking about. That's the first thing. So we will get together. Lisa's been, and Faith and others have been working on this for a couple months now. The other thing is that not much, but some, I think there's sort of a decision point between reporting and what do we really mean by way of information? Is it a board study session? Is it a report that starts the conversation going that might result in a study session? So I think some of these items, for example, the Ventura Solar Project, it's been a couple months now, but we have provided the board with updates along the way with that, some of the challenges with that. I know that I've asked Valerie to assemble everything we know about that project from a timeline and history. And what I'd like to do is get that to you. It doesn't, we don't even have to get to you in a board meeting. We can send that out as information in another way. So I think it's really a matter of working with you and perhaps Vice Chair to look at that rolling list of what is going to take the real estate time-wise at a board meeting, what does need to be contained in a separate study session, and what can be at least a first run through by way of a report or additional information or a detailed read. So those are just some thoughts. And to your point about priorities, I think that'll help us prioritize. I mean, PLA may still be a very important topic. We don't have a project in front of us urgently that's going to require us to answer that question yet. I mean, it is coming. We know, at least with the residence hall project at Ventura, and there may be some other projects that are lining up along the way that we need to consider. But that's part of the prioritization process. Thank you.
Thank you, Chancellor McLennan. So if there is no additional requests for future items, we are adjourning this meeting at 10:27. Thank you, everybody. Have a nice evening or good night.